Hello and welcome. We are live from the Finance Administrative Center for the Ease of Doing Business Forum, Breaking Barriers, Enabling Business. My name is Jessie Leonce. I will be your host for this morning's pre-event broadcast. I'm joined by Mr. Glenn Simon. Good day, good morning.
Thank you, Jesse. Jesse, I'm so excited to be doing this broadcast today. I think the Ease of Doing Business Forum is a real opportunity. As you know, I am the communication specialist with the National Competitiveness and Productivity Council, and the Ease of Doing Business is something that is high on our agenda. So I really commend the Ministry of Commerce for really spearheading this. There was an Ease of Doing Business committee before, but this is a renewal of it.
You see, that's why we brought you here, to give us some institutional knowledge. As he indicated, this event is being put on by the Department of Commerce. We have been planning to engage the private sector as well as the regulators here in St. Lucia to collaborate. There has been a bit of, this is not happening, or there's a delay, or this should be happening when we go to file for a permit or get a license or application. We want to quash all of that. We want to talk about the concerns, we want to speak about the queries, but we also want to co-create solutions that will make doing business in St. Lucia easier. So there's quite a buzz here at the Finance Administrative Center this morning. We have been promoting the Ease of Doing Business Forum for a few weeks now, and we're seeing the fruits of that labor. There are people from all walks of industry in St. Lucia. We have the regulatory agencies present here today, and we have a full program. It's a full day program that we hope you can stick around for, that we will be engaging not only the persons who are here right now with us, but also persons who are joining via our Zoom session, as well as this YouTube and Facebook Live. We're expecting the Prime Minister of St. Lucia to be here, at least for the opening ceremony of the Ease of Doing Business Forum. We also have our Minister for Tourism, Commerce, Investment, Culture, Creative Industries and Heritage, the Honorable Dr. Ernest Hilaire, and he has already arrived. We'll be speaking to him shortly. We also have other ministers of government, dignitaries. We have other ministers of government, as I indicated. We have permanent secretaries present here as well. We also have industry leaders from the St. Lucia Chamber of Commerce, the Realtors Association. We have the St. Lucia Manufacturers Association present as well. We will get into the full list of the attendees, but just to let you know that all the industries are very well represented here today. Just to give you a little bit of insight, it all began in January, by which time the Minister for Commerce would have become better acquainted with the private sector. He's coming in as the new Commerce Minister, and he wanted to speak to the private sector to hear their concerns, hear some of the issues they were facing, particularly as it related to ease of doing business and interacting with the regulatory agencies. And when we say regulatory agencies, we're talking about the agencies that provide permits, licenses, help you to start a business, register a business here in St. Lucia, and to operate a business here in St. Lucia. We're talking about the Registry of Companies and Intellectual Property. We're talking about the Export St. Lucia. We're talking about Inland Revenue,
the Financial Services Regulatory Authority. And Jesse, I must say, one of the things that really hit me was when a notice came out from you indicating that we're oversubscribed, and you're asking persons to join us virtually, because this is a platform that is going to be a multi-platform, in person as well as you have virtual. And it shows the interest that persons have in trying to get St. Lucia going. Ease of doing business is not concerned only with just services, but every single aspect. The electricity, how you get access for construction, the permits that you need to access, and how you ease that. I mean, our ports as well. And so you have all those players here. So this is going to be such a tremendous occasion where persons could dialogue, persons could share ideas as to how to move St. Lucia forward. Yeah.
We invite you to go onto our social media platforms, our social media handles. We are the Department of Commerce, St. Lucia. You could go on there and get the latest updates as it pertains to what is going to be transpiring here today. First and foremost, we're going to be having the opening ceremony. That's right, the opening ceremony is going to be a grand affair because we're setting the tone for what will be coming after. We're expecting to hear from the Commerce Minister. He will be engaging us on, a strategic vision for the country as it pertains to how we're moving forward business-wise, the business of businesses in St. Lucia. We will also hear from the St. Lucia Bar Association. We will hear from the St. Lucia Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture, and we will also hear from the Permanent Secretary of the Department of Commerce. She will be speaking, giving welcome remarks to set the tone for today. We can expect also two very important, Glenn, panel discussions. It's very important because we will be giving the private sector their own platform for at least an hour to ventilate their concerns, their queries, their comments, their own lived experience representing the private sector. And they will be able to express themselves as they have intimated to the Commerce Minister, the Permanent Secretary. The Department of Commerce is well aware of some of the concerns of the private sector, but we want to lay it out all on the table, and we want to give the regulatory agencies an opportunity to hear the private sector in as clear a tone as possible. And subsequently, we will be hearing from the regulatory agencies. We have the Registry of Companies and Intellectual Property. We have the St. Lucia, not the St. Lucia Manufacturers Association. The St. Lucia Manufacturers Association will be with the private sector panel. So we will have the ROSIP, we will have Inland Revenue, we will have Customs and Excise, we will have SLASPA, we will have physical planning on that panel from the representing the regulatory agencies to really outline for us what their experience is behind the desk. What are some of the processes that are ongoing? And sometimes we are on the other side of that as a customer, as a client, looking to get some business, and we may be frustrated perhaps with a delay, a particular administrative delay, and not understanding the full having a full understanding of the complexity sometimes of administrative processes. And so we will have that opportunity to hear from them today. What happens in those offices? What are some of the plans of the regulatory agencies going forward? How are they going to contribute to the ease of doing business effort that is ongoing, a massive effort that is ongoing by the government of St. Lucia at this time? So we hope you can stick around for that. These things will be happening. The panel discussions and the opening ceremony will be happening before midday. So we invite you to stick around, stay tuned for these important proceedings.
And Jesse, it is such a big event because we're seeing the ministers are filing in, we're seeing Customs and Excise, we're seeing persons from all different walks of major agencies are interested in sharing that. And I think there's a renewed interest in how we move St. Lucia forward. And I think what this forum will do is allow for simple discussion. This is not supposed to be something that is too much of a high level, but even for ordinary persons to get involved in this.
Absolutely.
How do you collect customs? What are the loopholes that we could block, we could prevent, the gaps that we could close? Mm-hmm. And I think that discussion is going to be very important because you have a number of things. There are about 10 steps that the ease of doing business is expected to correct. Mm-hmm. And one of them is how to start a business. Yep. That is one of the main things that persons have issues with. And starting it measures the processes, the time and the cost, and the paid minimum capital that is required for small to medium-sized limited enterprises. And that is going to be very important. The other one is...
And before we move on from that, something the Minister of Commerce wants to emphasize is that ease of doing business, this effort is not for all the grand developers and the big businesses. And we're seeing the emergence through the Youth Economy Agency and other organizations who are supporting small business. We're seeing the emergence of more of the average man deciding to have that, to take on that entrepreneurial spirit and to start a business. So the average person deciding to start something, whether it's a cottage industry, a full-fledged business, it is important that you understand the processes that go into improving our ease of doing business here in St. Lucia. So we're continuing from the steps.
I see Ministry of Planning here, and one of the things
Absolutely.
that many investors have an issue with is the second point, and that is dealing with construction permits. Tracking the procedures, the time, the cost to build the warehouse, And these are things, and I remember the one time in Parliament, one of the ministers mentioned that investors were getting fatigued because it took too long, and sometimes the investment fell through because we took too long in terms of how we secured those permits for investors. And so these are some of the things. How could we reduce that burden? All that regulatory framework that has to happen. Regulation is important, but probably too much regulation causes fatigue and causes disappointment.
Bottlenecks, absolutely.
Yeah. And then now we have a very important one. I know this one will be a troublesome one, but it's one that we cannot run away from: getting electricity, and also the cost of electricity. And this is something that many businesses in our forums with NCPC, the cost of electricity has a big factor in terms of how they conduct their business, how they expand their businesses. And so I hope that this forum will have real tangible, and I mean, the war in Iran is on, and I think I think Lucia is already hinting that we might see some changes.
Yes.
But how can we work around it? How can we make our country more productive, our manufacturing sector more productive with the cost of electricity and accessing that electricity?
Absolutely. There's even considerations. We have the Department of Sustainable Development present here today. And when we talk about, alternate renewable energies, these are some of the things we're talking about. The traditional ways that we access energy through electricity with Lucia, maybe it's time for us to perhaps expedite, moving forward with renewable energy. This is all part of the conversation surrounding ease of doing business here in St. Lucia.
And then the fourth one, registering property. Now, we know that is a long process. It's easier to buy a vehicle. It's easier to buy several vehicles than to access and to purchase property. And that is a big hurdle that we have to figure out. How we get past this. Also, I would add the cost of property.
Absolutely.
It's getting out of the reach of some St. Lucians and ordinary St. Lucians who want to invest. And so probably that's a good time to say, how do we regulate that industry to allow St. Lucians to have more access to their own land, And it's a big discussion. And I hope that the players around the table are open and honest. And we're not asking for just persons who share their issues, but what are the solutions that they could bring forward?
Absolutely. On that note, if we could go back to the stakeholder report coming out of January, the meeting that the private sector had with the Commerce Minister, I think they were hinting at something of a housing crisis with the emergence of the Airbnb, prominence. And so I think that will come up again. I know the private sector will vocalize that again today. So we're looking forward to them speaking about it and us hearing what are the thoughts and the feelings of physical planning. What are the thoughts and the feelings of the ministers? What is the political direction that we're looking to go in terms of addressing housing for St. Lucians overall?
Housing is a big issue because if you cannot house your own people, if there's no place, like a young married couple, if they cannot find a home and it's only an Airbnb that's the offering, it really makes it difficult for you to start off that life. And we need those persons to be productive persons in our society. And owning a home gives you that level of independence and gives you that equity you need to also plow into other things. One other thing is that's the fifth one, getting credits.
Ooh.
Now, the governor of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank recently mentioned that we're very liquid. All our banks are very liquid. But that access to credit, that ability for them to not be so risk averse is something that he wants to see. But he also wants to see that liquidity reduced and for us to generate more investment opportunities and for locals to participate. So, but there is a hurdle in terms of accessing credit. If you don't have property, if you do not have certain things, you cannot. But however, under the NCPC, the insolvency legislation, it actually allows banks now and to work with the borrowers and to find ways of using their equipment, especially if you're into small businesses. Use your equipment, use your receivables, use your assets so that you could access. You don't need physical property, you do not need land or a house, but or a business having its own property. So that's a big step that we have taken. We hope more persons latch onto it, and it will actually increase the number of bits of assets that you could use, like intellectual property.
Absolutely.
Use and I know you're into music, so you'd love to leverage the strength of your songs.
Absolutely.
And say, I would like to secure $1 million loan because your song is worth it.
Absolutely.
So that's one of the things
we have the St. Lucia Manufacturers Association, we have the bakers. They were ventilating those concerns as well as it pertains to accessing credits from the banks and everything that you indicated regarding the hurdles that are associated with that. Of course, St. Lucia, historically, we've had an issue with non-performing loans, and it has resulted, it is one of the aspects that has resulted in the things being a bit shy in terms of being able to access credit. But hopefully we can rebound and we can find new ways to be able to access credit here in St. Lucia for the betterment of businesses on island.
So the sixth one is protecting minority investors. And as you said, the youth economy. Some people don't consider them investors, but they are investors. They are investing in St. Lucia. They are trying to make St. Lucia more productive. They are trying to get gainful employment when sometimes employment is not readily available for them. And many of them have used their talents, have used their skills and transformed that into businesses. And so how do you protect them? How do you make the industry that they're into be more protected so that they could survive and not allow the big players to just swallow them? And that deals with the legislative system, that deals with the judicial system. How do we create legislation that helps protect our own locals and our local industry?
Absolutely. The Minister for Commerce has indicated that there will be a greater thrust, even beyond what we have seen so far in terms of this administration's output with the youth economy, the efforts with SLISBA, SEDU branching out on its own to really get more dedicated to attending to the needs of small businesses. But he did indicate that there will be a greater effort into ensuring that businesses, minority investors will get some attention. Small, medium-sized enterprises will get greater attention going forward for support.
I see the room is getting quite filled, and the lobby area where we are right now, it's swarming with persons. Persons are registering. Very interested. We're seeing lawyers, we're seeing customs officials, we're seeing managers for different enterprises.
Public servants.
Yes, public service. The public service. We didn't mention that.
Yes.
But the public service is playing a critical role in this because the ease of doing business is concerned with how public services can be more accessible in a quicker format. To the private sector, so that the private sector can thrive, they can do businesses, because let's face it, the private sector cannot be successful without an effective public service.
Absolutely. And we talk about, the 2 o'clock entrepreneur in the middle of the night. They're looking to see if they could file their application for a license or a permit. We're talking about digitalization. That is something that is very critical for small businesses. Businesses on a whole, they have their own opening hours and closing hours, so they're not necessarily always able to come through the doors of the public service all the time. And we know that there's an effort by government right now through DigiGov and other platforms, through other efforts to fully transition St. Lucia's application processes from registry of a business and so on and so forth into a fully digital space.
And as you mentioned the digital, we're going to be, one of your discussions will mention the single port, that one window.
Single window.
When you actually bring an item in, how long does it take to import the item when it lands in St. Lucia to clear it? Because some businesses have been complaining that sometimes it takes too long, 2 weeks, sometimes perishable items, and the process is way too long. And so how do we reduce that time frame? Because that's a public service activity also.
Absolutely.
And so we have to find solutions that work.
We're going to be hearing from Customs and Excise, from SLASPA, so everything from customer care at the ports to the clearance of goods. We will be hearing from them shortly in the second panel discussion, and that will be especially tending to the regulatory agencies. We have Customs and Excise Department, Inland Revenue. We have the Inland Revenue, Customs and Excise. We have ROSIP, that is the Registry of Companies and Intellectual Property. We also have SLASPA, as well as physical planning, speaking to us this morning, laying bare really what their processes are and what their plans are for the future to improve ease of doing business through their offices.
I like the fact that you mentioned Inland Revenue, the IRG, and they're seventh on the list.
Nobody likes to pay taxes.
And so it is paying taxes. Paying taxes. And it says to track taxes and mandatory contributions that are minimum size companies must pay in a given year, as well as the administrative burden of filing and paying.
Absolutely.
And so, government has changed their taxation regime several times.
Absolutely.
Trying to reduce the burden on some persons, especially the lower income persons.
To get compliance.
As well as making it easier. And I think government has expanded what you can file. And I think it's up to 40,000 now for you that many persons can file for. And it really makes it easier for more persons to be able to get more money's back in their pocket. But also the IRD is also asking that persons check and change their tax code in order to benefit even more. But also businesses. What are the regulations regulatory frameworks and the taxation and policies that are in place that encourage businesses to continue to do business in St. Lucia is very, very important to the ease of doing business and persons establishing businesses in St. Lucia.
Absolutely. Just hearing from one of the deputy comptrollers of Inland Revenue this morning, and she's indicating that there are plans afoot to revolutionize the way that Inland Revenue interacts with its clients. And one of the things is getting them to all re-register either cloud or online based, and to get persons to put their information in, to have a softer interface and interaction with persons. There's a strategic vision from the Inland Revenue Department so that persons can understand what the processes are, make paying your taxes less onerous, make information readily available about the importance of paying taxes, the importance to the country, to spurring economic development here in St. Lucia. So definitely looking forward to that second panel discussion where we can hear full throttle the view of the regulatory agencies.
So I know that we're going to start up soon, and you have a packed day, a more packed day than I do.
You have it easy.
Yeah, I'm happy that we're co-hosting the beginning. I know you have to run inside in a while in order for you to start the formal part of it. And so we'll be talking to some of the players while you are doing that and while we wait for you. So I see we have Mr. Ron Leo here from, he's the president of the Bankers Association.
He is.
Probably we could get him in and have him to talk about this.
Absolutely. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to segue off a bit. And okay, well, Mr. Simon has gone off to see if we could get our first catch for interviews for the morning. If you're just joining us, a pleasant good morning to you. This is the Ease of Doing Business Forum. Today is April 9th. We are live from the Finance Administrative Center, and we will shortly be beginning the ceremony, the opening ceremony for the EODB Forum. We're bringing together regulatory agencies as well as a private sector and other relevant stakeholders for us to really thrash out what it will take. We're having a think tank today, essentially, what it will take for us to improve the ease of doing business. How will we make it easiest in St. Lucia to do business? We have stakeholders from across the industries, across the sectors. We have the public sector here as well. And we're looking forward to very dynamic, interactive, insightful discussion, breakout sessions. The possibilities are endless, having so many high-level officials in one room. It is unprecedented, I would say, in a lot of ways. You don't usually get senior members of government all converging into a space for open dialogue. And we are very, very fortunate to be able to have this on live television today, to be able for the public to really hear what are the processes, what happens in the public service when they go to file to start to open a company, to start a business, to get a license, to get a permit, to register anything with the government of St. Lucia. It is important that the public understands what those processes are, so that they're not left frustrated a lot of the times because you have lack of information. Today is your opportunity to stay tuned and listen to everything that will be transpiring, so that you can be better informed, have a little bit better understanding of the processes that are involved with regulatory agencies, and make a valuable contribution on our YouTube and our Zoom sessions as well.
Thank you so much, Jesse. I know you do have to run, and we do have the president of the Bankers Association, and he'll be coming in. So as we transition, I'll be speaking with Mr. Ron Leo, and welcome. So tell me,
thank you.
Why is it the Bankers Association is interested in an Ease of Doing Business Forum? What is it for the Bankers Association?
Well, the Bankers Association acknowledges how important this initiative is. We want to thank the government, the Ministry of Commerce in particular, for putting on such an initiative. I think it's extremely important that we have the opportunity to air our concerns, understand what's happening in the private sector and the public sector, so that we could do a lot better for the populace of St. Lucia. So the Bankers Association acknowledges that there have been challenges within the financial sector, things that the population is concerned about, things that we know that we can address. However, we need to be on the same page. We need to understand where persons are coming from. We need to understand what it is that the government intends to do, so that we can move forward accordingly. And I could go into specifics. I could go into specifics, but I want the viewers to actually stay tuned, so that we could actually air out everything in detail as we go through our panel discussions.
One of the things I really like about you and your presidency is that you're very open to sharing information from the banking sector, so that the general public understands what is happening. Now, one of the things in the ease of doing business, one of the 10 points there is, as you can see, is very high, is getting credit. And
Correct.
that's where the banking sector comes in. That's
Correct.
where the financial sector comes in.
Correct.
Do you have any solutions in terms of how easy it is and how it is for us to access credit from the banking sector?
Certainly. So this is not a very simple situation. The access to credit is something that we've been speaking of for quite some time. The solution may not be extremely simple, but there are some low-hanging fruits. I can say some of the things that we're looking at in particular is the foreclosure. And persons may not understand why exactly we're looking at foreclosure when we're talking about access to credit, but it's very important. The question I would leave in the minds of persons, why is it that we find that it's a lot easier for a financial institution to extend credit on a vehicle as opposed to on a piece of property? What is it? I mean, a property, in a sense, appreciates in value, right? As opposed to a vehicle that depreciates in value. So why is there a hesitance for a financial institution to go into the agreement, a credit agreement with property as opposed to vehicle? And it comes down to foreclosure legislation in a lot of the cases. I mean, that is not the only matter. There are concerns with regards to repayment ability, the access to finance where it relates to the record for our small businesses, how they record their financials, our ability to then assess them properly and adequately. So there are quite a few things that we could look at here today, but I do want the viewers to stay tuned so that we can get into the panel discussion.
Okay, well, let me thank you very much, and I hope that this discussion is as productive for you as it is for the public sector, because we are looking for real solutions that help make it easier for the private sector to do business, make it easier for the public sector to engage the private sector, and really move that ease of doing business along. So I know that you will never stop short of sharing your ideas.
Certainly.
So we were looking forward to that.
Certainly. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. So I think we're about to hand over to Jesse. Oh, but we do have the minister. We do have the minister. Minister, welcome. I saw you yesterday. You have been making the rounds on a number of the stations, really advertising that you're really being the person really pushing this.
Yeah.
And I must say, the ease of doing business is something that has been forefront, on the NCPC's work plan. But why the ease of doing business? What is so important about this for you?
Well, I think important for us is to almost look at the bigger vision. We want St. Lucians to feel inspired to start a business. We want them to feel confident that when they make that critical decision to start a business, the system will be fair, it will be efficient, and they can depend on it. Because in simple economic terms, the more economic activity we have in the country is the more growth, the more revenue, and therefore the more economic development that takes place in the country. Yeah. So for us, it is more than just doing it for indicators or for ranking. It's really about our survival and our long-term sustainable prosperity. And therefore, we want to create in St. Lucia a business environment that is thriving, that is efficient, and that can ensure our prosperity. Of course, now if we move forward, it's really about ensuring that it's easy for businesses to get started in the country, and also easy for us to conduct business in the country, to manage business in the country. So by looking at all the legislative, the regulatory, the bureaucratic hurdles that exist and prevent businesses from thriving, then we can start removing those obstacles, those barriers, and to allow business to thrive in the country.
Now, I know you know all about stakeholder fatigue, and some of the stakeholders here would have shared some of the ideas before.
Yeah.
What assurance can you give them that this is not a talk shop? That this is not just coming together all over again?
Yeah. No, that's an excellent point. I mean, some people have been through versions and variations of this before. Is to say to them that we are really making a determined effort. One, to make it work. Secondly, it's a partnership. We are providing the lead, we're providing the institutional capacity, and we're setting up a business facilitation unit at the ministry whose role is primarily to ensure that there's ease of doing business in the country. Mm-hmm. And therefore, the partners must also be part of that process and to be active participants in that process. So, yes, there's fatigue, but there's also frustration on the public sector side. But let us be inspired for us to be able to give it a determined effort this time.
Now, I'm happy you said this is not about ranking. As you know, the ease of doing business was something set up by the World Bank.
Yes,
and St. Lucia was always trying to achieve everything underneath there.
Yeah.
And since it has been discontinued, we're looking at now trying to, ease of doing business does not stop.
Yeah.
I remember one of the ministers, one of your colleagues in cabinet did mention that investors are getting a little fatigued, that when they ready to have an investment, it takes so long for the
Yeah,
process.
yeah.
Are you hoping that a lot of regulations will be rolled back? Regulation is important, as we know, but how do you hope to push this along?
No, well, that's the point. We call it smart regulation now.
Yes.
That we're not going to over-regulate or regulate for the sense of for the sake of regulating, but also to recognize some of the regulations that were there. We now moved on. The global trading system has moved on, and we need to rethink whether they're still relevant. We're not saying don't regulate. We say let's have smart regulation. Let us ensure that we become facilitators and not necessarily the mindset of regulators. We really want to facilitate development, but of course, recognizing we have certain very clear responsibilities to our society for environmental issues, for cultural issues, for social issues. So we want to ensure that our public sector agencies do not think like just regulators. We want them to think like facilitators. So we're now talking the language of smart regulation. And I think we want to say to investors and aspiring business persons that we're creating a climate for you where you feel confident that you can go out and start a business.
I think you brought a level of excitement because ease of doing business has so many different facets.
Yeah.
And earlier we went into several of the activities that prevent a business from doing well. And I think the excitement that we hear, the players that we see here, the room is filled and
Yeah.
it's oversubscribed. It's
Yes,
almost like
yes.
as though this is one of your jazz events.
Yeah.
So how proud are you about today?
Well, I mean, I'm really excited about it. The team at the ministry, they've really worked hard to make today happen, and they've done it in a manner in which they can say to all the stakeholders, take us seriously. We are going to make this work. But again, the important thing is that we are partners. This is not a one-way street. We are partners. Both of us must traverse, that journey, and let us do it together. And I think once you start nurturing confidence in the process, individuals and participants will want to be part of the process. But at the end of the day, we must deliver. Again, we will set up the ease of doing business unit, the business facilitation unit, but the private sector must also remind itself that it is a partner, and that the two of us must work to make it happen.
Okay, so let me not take more of your time. I know that they're waiting for you inside. You are one
Yeah.
of the key persons. So thank you, Minister, and
Thank
I'm
you very
wishing
much.
you a very, very productive ease of doing business forum today.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So, as he said, this is really about breaking barriers, enabling businesses. And we will soon hand over to Jesse. And Jesse, if you're ready, we could hand over. So we have many, many persons here, and it's really exciting to see all the different players that are here, all the business leaders, all the persons from the public sector here. Oh, Jesse, you haven't started.
No, we
So,
have not started as
let me
yet.
invite Jesse back on the set. So Jesse, how does it look inside? You had a sneak peek?
It looks wonderful. It looks promising. I'm excited for this morning's proceedings. We have everyone. They're fresh. They're getting refreshed. We have refreshment tables to get persons in the mood and in the groove for participation, active participation in today's proceedings.
Let me commend you for the hard work. I know you've just moved
Do
across
not.
to Commerce and you almost look like you've been there forever.
Please don't.
And I know it's part of your. Once you're a communicator, you could communicate.
Absolutely,
But
Mr.
let me allow
Simon.
you to share some of your team members who have really worked hard behind the scenes. to pull this
Absolutely.
off.
I mean, the effort, ease of doing business wise, began, months ago. As I indicated, we had the Minister for Commerce incoming in January, shortly after the general elections. He was sworn in as a Commerce Minister, taking over from Honorable Emma Hippolyte. And the effort intensified because Minister wanted to understand what was the condition, what were the experiences of the private sector before proceeding with any sort of, intervention. You have to do that sort of thing. And so he heard from the private sector. They were very vocal. The report is full of concerns, understandably so. These are issues that some of these organizations, the industry leaders, have been contending with for quite some time, and they have not only been calling out some of the issues, but also calling for a transformation of the regulatory space, so to speak, to make ease of doing business, better. And so he heard from them. He heard their concerns. Some of them include the issues, concerns with inland revenue. We have concerns vocalized with some of the other regulatory agencies. Not only just concerns. I don't want to use that term because it sounds combative, and that's not the energy and the vibe that we want to go with today. We want to co-create, we want to collaborate today, we want to be conciliatory in our approach. It has been historically, not only in St. Lucia, when we talk about red tape and bureaucracy, we know that it has to do with you standing on a long line, waiting for a form, waiting for something.
Being
and
frustrated.
Frustration. These are some of the things. And we want to change that energy. We want to change that culture in St. Lucia. And St. Lucia, the country, there are ongoing efforts to transform the landscape of the regulatory space. There are commendable, processes as we speak that are not fully understood by the public. And we hope that today we can hear from the regulatory agencies what those processes are. And the clarification, I think, will bring a bit more understanding between the two parties. Where we would have once perhaps assumed a divide, we can now, appreciate even more why some of the things happen. Perhaps it's not only one-sided an administrative issue. It could be that a client has not submitted a certain form or document that is required on time. You indicated the single window. We know that Chamber has been calling for that for some time, where you submit your information, from your ID card or your passport, your tax number, one place. You hope that it can be replicated elsewhere, and there's not duplication of you having to bring your ID card and your information everywhere.
Let me tell you, this single window is going to save so much time.
Absolutely.
Just December, I brought in what I thought was, just doing bring a chainsaw in, a little battery-operated thing to do my own little, grooming by my
Hell and
house.
high water?
And I had to run from agency to agency to try to get this done. It actually took me almost a month and a half.
Wow.
And having to go back and forth. And I was almost, even the customs officials couldn't understand why we had to go back and forth. So even among them, there's silos that we need to break. And change is going to be hard. Don't think this is going to be easy, that we're going to have a discussion today, ask for solutions, and don't think that it's not going to be pushback.
And
because some people benefit from the chaos.
Absolutely. And don't think it's going to be the only forum. This is just the beginning of a years-long process that the government of St. Lucia is looking forward to continue to improve our business investment climate here in St. Lucia. At this time, we're getting ready to start in the conference room. We do invite you to stay tuned for the commencement of the opening ceremony. If you're just joining us, we are live from the Finance Administrative Center. We are about to begin the Ease of Doing Business Forum.
And it's breaking barriers, enabling businesses. So
Absolutely.
Let us join inside. Let us take you inside, and you will see some of the scenes of who's in the room, and wishing you a very productive. And remember, you could join online. You could also, we're also on YouTube as well. And so please follow. Please make your comments as well. Even on the YouTube channel.
It will be documented.
Yes, it will be. All right. So Jessie, lovely opening with you. And
you as well.
I'll be joining you for the rest of the session, but I will be a guest this time. I'll be a participant.
You have it easy. Take care. Bye.
The government of St. Lucia has announced the 2026 Ease of Doing Business Forum, a high-priority event designed to streamline the country's investment climate and foster economic growth. The forum will bring together key regulatory and private sector stakeholders to address bureaucratic challenges, streamline regulatory processes, and foster a more supportive environment for entrepreneurs and investors. The forum follows a preliminary private sector stakeholder meeting held earlier this year with the Minister responsible for Commerce and Investment, Honorable Dr. Ernest Hilaire.
So we've decided to bring together all the stakeholders, private sector, public sector, and let's have a dialogue. We want the private sector to say to us all the bottlenecks they see in the system. We want the private sector agencies that are responsible for facilitating business in the country to discuss with the private sector what are the changes and reforms that can be undertaken to allow them to be more efficient in the conduct of their business. So the Ease of Doing Business Forum is a really important activity.
Permanent Secretary in the Department of Commerce, Sophia Alfie-Henry, says the forum will orient the private sector on regulatory agency processes to foster a collaborative approach to identify opportunities for optimization.
Where we will bring representatives from the regulatory agencies to give them an opportunity to express some of the internal challenges that they have and also to articulate some of the changes that they have made or some of the planned changes. Because this forum is not just to speak about challenges, it is to also get from the parties, the stakeholders, the proposed solutions, the recommendations, so that if it requires legislative amendments, if it requires further government intervention, that we can assess the gaps and make the changes.
This forum comes on the heels of Prime Minister Honorable Philip J. Pierre's commitment to prioritize business facilitation in the 2026-2027 budget. While the World Bank has paused its traditional ease of doing business rankings, the government is moving forward with its own aggressive reforms to remove barriers to entry and support local entrepreneurs.
We have a broader objective for doing that as well. We also want to place a lot of priority on small business development in the country, from helping it be established, giving them technical assistance to make sure they are structured properly, they manage properly, provide financing for them. And we have plans to establish a small business development center in St. Lucia that will replace SEDU as we know it. And for government to put a lot of resources into the creation of a small business, to give greater support for small business development in St. Lucia. So that ease of doing business forum really is a precursor to that. So we can start removing some of those barriers.
The 2026 Ease of Doing Business Forum will be held on the 9th of April at the Finance Administrative Center. For the Department of Commerce, I am Jessie Leonce reporting.
Distinguished guests, government officials,
recording in progress.
Distinguished guests, government officials, industry leaders, dignitaries, champions of reform. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It is said that growth is never by chance. It takes time. It is as a result of forces working together. And today, you're all together. And I know that you are looking forward to working together. So thank you for being here. You're here because you recognize a fundamental truth, and that is a thriving private sector is at the core of, it is the heartbeat of a resilient economy. And so, today, we are going to work. Today, we're going to collaborate. We're going to hear some of the issues. We're going to hear some of the concerns. We're going to even hear some of the processes, the plans that are afoot to improve ease of doing business. But most importantly, we are going to co-create. We don't want any, unproductive back and forths. It has happened in the past. We want to have a very productive session, and we know that you have it in you to bring to the fore all that we need to begin us on the road toward the ease of doing business. We can do business. It's possible to do business. We want a St. Lucia where it's easiest to do business. Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay, let's begin. Hello and welcome to the Ease of Doing Business Forum. It is an event put on by the Department of Commerce. And this event is bringing together private sector leaders, regulators, relevant stakeholders to come together to formulate plans to improve St. Lucia's business climate. We thank you all for being here. The program, it's a full day agenda. We're going to be breaking barriers and enabling business. The program is a full day agenda, as I indicated. We encourage your active participation, those of you in person and those of you who are joining us via the Zoom session, as well as on Facebook and YouTube. My name is Jessie Leonce. I will be your Mistress of Ceremony, your MC for the morning. I'm honored to be that. My primary goal is to facilitate a seamless program that is efficient and on time, getting us back on time. And with that, I invite you to stand for the national anthem, and that will be immediately followed by the prayers to be led by Pastor Chad Gulaman. for the prayer.
Let us pray. Almighty Father, our God, we pause at the beginning of this forum to acknowledge you as God, the source of all wisdom, insight, and opportunity. Father, we thank you that you are the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, the first and the last. Father, you said in your word that all wisdom comes from you. Father, we acknowledge your word, which reminds us that the earth is yours and the fullness thereof. So, Father, at this time, we ask that your presence, your Holy Spirit, will permeate this place. And, Father, bless every participant, every speaker. Give them words of life. I pray that the main goal of this business forum, under the theme, Breaking Barriers, Enabling Business, will be realized. I pray that we will not focus only on the challenges and the problems, but Father, we will focus on the solutions. Father, I pray that you will break every plan of the enemy. Whatever barriers that we are facing, Father, I pray that you will break them in the name of Jesus. Father, I ask, O Lord, that the barriers seen and unseen, that you will clear the way, because, Father, we know you are God. You make a way out of nowhere. So, Father, I pray that you'll expand every territory. You will impact, oh Father, St. Lucia. And, Father, I pray that throughout the day, your Holy Spirit will guide, protect, and also give wisdom, oh Father. Father, I pray that there will be transparency. I pray that there will be innovation, that we will not forget or we will not focus on the past, but we will look for innovative ways, oh Father, to do business, to break barriers and enable the business, oh Father, that St. Lucia will be a place that will attract a lot of people, a lot of business. So, Father, I ask, oh Lord, that your presence will remain with us, touch every heart, and I pray whenever is done here will be to honor you, to glorify you, and at the end of the day, everyone will say it was a good thing to be present at the Ease of Doing Business Forum. We thank you, we praise you. In Jesus' name we pray. Let everybody say amen.
You may have your seats. We are privileged to have with us today. You see the Prime Ministers yet? It's not in it yet. Okay. So we are privileged to have with us today the Speaker of the House of Assembly, the Honorable Claudius Francis, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Tourism, Commerce, Investment, Creative Industries, Culture and Heritage, the Honorable Dr. Ernest Hilaire, Minister in the Ministry of Tourism, Commerce, Investment, Creative Industries, Culture and Heritage, the Honorable John Paul Estefan, members of Cabinet, Cabinet Secretary Mr. Auguste Degazon, Permanent Secretary in the Department of Commerce, Mrs. Sophia Alfie Henry, other Permanent Secretaries, Commissioner of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force, Mr. Vern Gard, Chief Executive Officer of the Credit Guarantee Program of the Eastern Caribbean, Ms. Carmen Gomez-Trigg, Chairpersons of Statutory Boards, Acting Deputy Permanent Secretary, Mr. Finbar Cotta, other Deputy Permanent Secretaries, heads of private sector agencies, heads of the various government ministries, representatives of the media, specially invited guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. To formally open the forum, I now invite the Permanent Secretary for the Department of Commerce, Mrs. Sophia Alfie Henry, to the lectern. Do give her a warm welcome.
Permit me to adopt the protocol already established. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my esteemed pleasure to welcome you to our inaugural Ease of Doing Business Forum. And when I heard PM promoting this forum in the House of Parliament, I'm saying, okay, there's a state of emergency, there's a crisis. And one of my colleagues put it this way: we have the squeeze of doing business in St. Lucia. So we are here today to remedy that. Today's gathering is indeed a reflection of a deliberate and consistent approach by the Department of Commerce, one grounded in inclusion, responsiveness, and sustained engagement. From the outset, our modus operandi has been clear: meaningful progress cannot happen in splintered silos. It requires bringing all relevant voices to the bargaining table, listening carefully and working collaboratively toward devising practical solutions to persistent challenges. We are particularly encouraged by the strong interest expressed in this forum. Many of you signaled early your willingness to participate, to contribute your unique perspectives, and to be part of shaping a more enabling business environment. That level of engagement is not incidental. It is an indication of a shared commitment to improving how we do business together. This forum is not ceremonial, it is purposeful. This is a space for constructive criticism, frank, honest, and solution-oriented dialogue about the issues that continue to affect business operations. We recognize that these challenges are real. We have heard some of them in the previous engagements, and today provides another structured opportunity to examine them more deeply with the broader context of government. Let me also emphasize, this engagement must lead to precise outcomes. Our intention is not to have conversations that end simply in promises and pleasantries. Our intention is to translate dialogue into action, supported by predetermined priorities, clearly defined responsibilities, and measurable timelines. We are aware of some of the concerns that contribute to what I indicated earlier is the squeeze of doing business, the delays, inefficiencies, and procedural bottlenecks that create unnecessary strain. The government of St. Lucia, through the Department of Commerce, is therefore committed to moving decisively and deliberately from that reality toward one defined by ease, efficiency, and predictability. But that transition requires partnership. It requires trust, and it requires all of us, public agencies, private sector representatives, and supporting institutions to remain engaged, accountable, and focused on results. I should point out that an allocation has been secured in this year's budget to operationalize a business and trade facilitation unit within the Department of Commerce. This update should provide renewed hope that the ease of doing business remains high on our government's priority list. Together, we can move from identifying the problems to implementing progress. And for the past weeks, you have been hearing these 4 words: ease of doing business. And even today, everywhere you turn is ease of doing business. So when you leave here, you must always remember ease of doing business. any legislative amendments, you must think ease of doing business. When you serve customers, you must think ease of doing business. Even when you are engaged, because we experienced it firsthand in putting together this forum, some of our suppliers never delivered. You must think ease of doing business. I would like to end with the Chinese proverb which states, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. We have taken more than one step. So together, we will advance along that 1,000-mile journey to enhance the ease of doing business in St. Lucia. Welcome, everyone, and I look forward to a productive and impactful session. Thank you.
Thank you, Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Sophia Alfie-Henry, for that warm welcome. Priorities, responsibilities, and timelines. So we're not just having this event for the niceties, we're having this event for the long haul. We want to be able to document the work that comes out of today's proceedings so that we can begin to implement and to incorporate into policy. I now want to call on Mr. Ramon Ravenel, President of the Bar Association of St. Lucia, to deliver brief remarks. Mr. Ravenel? Okay, we have a representative on his behalf. Do give her a warm welcome.
Good morning, everyone, and my name is Nikel Octave. I serve as the Secretary of the Bar Association of St. Lucia. So if you may allow me, permit me to adopt the protocol already established. On behalf of the Bar Association of St. Lucia, I take this opportunity to address the issues that directly impact the ease of doing business in our jurisdiction. As practitioners, we stand at the intersection between the state and the citizen. We are tasked daily with navigating regulatory frameworks, engaging with public departments, and facilitating transactions that drive economic activity. In that regard, the efficiency and transparency of the public offices are not an abstract ideal, they are practical necessities. There remains, however, a discernible gap between the operations of various departments and the expectations of the bar and the public at large. Bridging this gap requires a deliberate and coordinated effort. First, there must be a renewed focus on proper training and continuous development of staff within these departments. This must extend beyond basic competency. Consideration should be given to cross-training and succession planning, so that institutional knowledge is not confined to one single individual. It is neither efficient nor acceptable that the absence of one officer results in the stagnation of entire processes. Departments must be structured to ensure continuity of service with multiple officers equipped to handle critical functions. In addition, there must be clear accountability on the part of staff in the execution of their duties. Defined roles, proper supervision, and enforceable performance standards are essential to ensuring that responsibilities are carried out efficiently and consistently. Where there is any failure to meet these obligations, it must be promptly identified and addressed. In that regard, it would be remiss of me not to specifically highlight the Land Registry and the Inland Revenue Departments, who play a pivotal role in our day-to-day transactions. These institutions are central to property dealings, revenue collection, and the overall functioning of commerce. Accordingly, any shortcomings in their operations, whether through delays, inefficiencies, or administrative gaps, have a direct and adverse impact on the ease of doing business, hindering transactions, increasing costs, and undermining confidence in the system. Secondly, timely dissemination of information is critical. Policy shifts, procedural updates, and regulatory changes must be communicated clearly and promptly. Attorneys should not be placed in a position where the discovery of changes only after a transaction is delayed adversely affects us at that point. Predictability and clarity are fundamental to maintaining confidence in the said system. Third, there is a need for a structured and open consultation with the bar on matters that impact the public and, by extension, our work. As attorneys, we are uniquely positioned to offer practical insights into the policies and how they operate on the ground. Engaging the bar at that developmental stage of these such policies would not only improve outcomes, but reduce inefficiencies and disputes downstream. Ultimately, improving the ease of doing business is a shared responsibility. It requires collaboration, communication, and mutual respect between public offices and the legal professionals. By strengthening these relationships, we not only enhance professional practice, but also contribute to we also contribute meaningfully to the national development and public trust. Thank you.
Thank you for that address. We will now hear from Mr. Nicholas Barnard, President of the St. Lucia Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture, to share his remarks ahead of today's engagements. How about a warm welcome?
A very good morning to all. Protocol having already been established, please, however, allow me to extend a warm welcome to Honorable Minister Hilaire, our other honorable ministers, permanent secretaries, members of the ministry's team, colleagues, and fellow members of the business community. Thank you all for convening this very important forum. This consultation is both timely and necessary. It brings together the very people who must work together if we are to meaningfully improve the ease of doing business in St. Lucia. But it's important at the outset that we are clear about what this forum represents and what it doesn't. This is not a solution in itself, it is a starting point. Or perhaps more accurately, a continuation of a conversation that we've continually had before. For many years, the same issues have been raised by the private sector. That consistency tells us that the challenges are well understood, but progress has not always been sustained or consistent. Too often we identify the issues clearly, but struggle to maintain momentum in addressing them. From the Chamber's perspective, this is not new territory. For over a century, improving the environment in which businesses operate has been a central part of our mission. While progress has been made in some areas, many of the underlying challenges remain deeply rooted. Businesses continue to point to recurring friction points, processes that are not always aligned with how businesses actually operate. The time and the coordination required to obtain approvals and clearances, and at times how licenses and certifications are structured in practice. In some cases, the issue is not only efficiency, but also predictability and consistency in how these systems affect our businesses. There are also wider structural considerations. How our infrastructure supports productivity, the efficiency of our ports, our roads, our airport systems, and the broader cost environment in which businesses operate, including our energy costs. Together, these factors shape how competitive and how efficient our economy can be. At a more fundamental level, there is sometimes a perceived tension between regulation and facilitation, between safeguarding the public interest and enabling enterprise. But these are not competing objectives. A modern and effective system must achieve both. We also see increasing calls for practical common sense improvements, greater use of digital systems, more streamlined approaches to importing and exporting, and better coordination across agencies, including more structured engagement with us, the private sector. These are areas where relatively simple changes, pursued consistently, can make a real difference. So while today is important, it must be seen as a broader journey, one that will require sustained effort, coordination, and follow-through long after this forum concludes. We must also be clear-eyed about this journey. It will not be quick, it will not always be easy. At times, it may be uncomfortable, but meaningful reform rarely happens without challenges. What is required is consistency, discipline, and a shared commitment to move from discussion to action. The Chamber stands ready to play its part. We will engage constructively, contribute our experience, and continue to advocate for improvements that support our national development, not as critics, but as partners in progress. Because ultimately, what is good for business is good for the country. And what is good for the country is good for business. But this must be a partnership. If we are serious about improving the ease of doing business, then what matters most is not what we say today, but what we do tomorrow. I encourage all of you to have a very productive and engaging session, and I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Barnard. Co-creators in the pursuit of making St. Lucia's business climate more friendly. It is now my distinct honor to introduce the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister responsible for Commerce and Investment, Dr. Ernest Hilaire.
Thank you very much, Mistress of Ceremony. Allow me to adopt the protocol already established and to recognize the presence of colleague ministers, permanent secretaries, head of private sector agencies, head of public sector agencies, and of course, business persons. Let me also apologize on behalf of the Honorable Prime Minister, who is not here this morning, but he's assured me that he will be dropping in. And if you know him well enough, he'll probably drop in at a particular time when I'm sure he would want to hear some of the discussions taking place. I think after listening to the Bar Association representative and the Chamber, you have a very good sense of why we are here this morning. And I think from the onset, they were on the mark. But in many ways, let us just take a step back as to why this exercise is so important. And it is a conversation, a dialogue, and a process that has been going on for many years. And you would recall, some of you who have been involved in the process, at one time, the World Bank was a leading advocate for the ease of doing business, and there was a ranking system. And we all took great joy in waiting for the publications to see the extent to which we had progress in the ranking of the ease of doing business. And of course, the ranking has been discontinued by the World Bank, and I think there is a new template being put forward called Business Ready framework. But the ease of doing business is more than just ranking. For our economy to prosper and to thrive, we must encourage more economic activity, of course. And there are enough economists in this room, and I see a couple of them, so I won't even pretend I know this better than them. But it's a very simple logic. If there is more economic activity in the country, there'll be more economic growth, there'll be more revenue, and therefore we can ensure economic development. It can ensure that our people have more civilized standards of living, that we'll have more resources to spend on universal health care, on education, on improving the road infrastructure, improving the water infrastructure. We will only achieve that if there is more economic activity in the country. And from a very simplistic point of view, you can ask the question, why don't we ensure that there is more economic activity in the country? And therefore, any legislative, administrative, policy, provisions that prevent more economic activity, we need to reflect on whether it's necessary or needed. And in a sense, today, we are doing exactly this. We are listening to the private sector, the persons who drive economic activity and business activity in this country, to tell us what are the obstacles and the hurdles that prevent them from thriving. And today we want to listen to them. We've heard some of it before. Some members of the private sector will tell you that they are fatigued from repeating over and over what their complaints are. We're going to listen again today. And the only way we can fully understand what has to be done is if we listen and we understand. But at the same time, the public sector now has to accept that there are deficiencies in the system. And we must be mature in the public sector and very professional to listen, explain why we do certain things, and to see whether from achieving an understanding of what the private sector is saying, we accept that we must make changes. And it always goes back to the overall vision of ensuring that our economy is prosperous. Because if it is prosperous, our people are the better for it. So we have to be very honest in the public sector. We must not take offense when the private sector puts forward their criticisms and their complaints. We should not. We have to listen and understand what they're saying. Now, as politicians, we know the art of listening, because we know if we don't listen, we pay the ultimate price. And sometimes you believe you have all the answers, and you end up paying the price, and you regret after. But our Prime Minister, who's won about 7 elections, always tells us, for him, the starting point is always listen to the people. And that's why he survived so long. And we have to master the art of listening in the public service. And we have to understand that we must be accountable. And therefore, when those complaints are put across, we should not become defensive. And I'm really pleased to see leading public servants present in the room, permanent secretaries, the controller of customs. I mean, I'm not going to call everybody's name, but it is encouraging to me to see so many are gathered in the room here today, and that they will hear firsthand what the private sector is saying. So I'm really pleased that so many of you have turned up, because the truth is there are numerous deficiencies in our system. And I can go through it. The delays that was mentioned by the bar and the chamber, duplication of effort, the frustration that I know investors feel when they come to St. Lucia, and they have to wait so long to get a response from referral agencies. Can you imagine you're submitting plans for approval? It has to go to 12, 14 referral agencies, and you have to wait on responses from each one of them, the kind of frustrations that can creep in. So we need to look at some of those and to address them. At the end of the day, we want to see to St. Lucians, and that's important for us as politicians, and this government in particular. We have a philosophical position that more and more St. Lucians should own St. Lucia and the resources of St. Lucia. We believe that. We want St. Lucians in the context of business development to feel inspired that they can start a business and that they will get the support from government to start a business and the support from government for the business to thrive. We want St. Lucians to be inspired by that clarion call that we make, to get involved in more business activities as St. Lucians. But we must make it real. And making it real is ensuring that they receive all the support. And of course, they have what we call the ease of doing business climate, where they can progress. So today is about achieving that objective for us. And sometimes the private sector, in my conversations with them, they will say to me, too many regulations, we need to get rid of the regulations, this thing makes no sense, this. And we say to them, but we do have a responsibility as a public sector to be the safeguards at the same time. So we now are speaking the language of smart regulation. And we must say to our public sector agencies to change your mindset from seeing yourself solely as a regulator to becoming a facilitator. And you will facilitate if your regulation is smart and sensible, and I think Joey said it, common sense solutions to some of the challenges. So yes, we have to ensure there's environmental sustainability. We have to ensure there are cultural and social issues to be considered when projects and proposals come forward. And we cannot abandon and believe that ease of doing business means absolute and total liberalization. Anybody can do anything where they want and when they want. It's not about that. It's about smart regulation to make sure that we are still able to ensure that business can thrive, but it's done in a responsible context. But how do you find that balance? The private sector is about making profit. I don't know many private sector investors that care more about the social than the profit. But government at the same time cannot go to the other extreme and stifle and suffocate business. So today too is about finding that right balance. And let us advance the dialogue, advance the conversation, and see where we can find that right balance. I'm really excited about today. I think this is probably one of the most impressive gatherings we've had in a very long time in St. Lucia between public and private. So we've started off well, plus persons who are online, who are following the proceedings. And I'm looking forward to the dialogue. I want to promise you one thing, that this government has the will to push forward the agenda of creating a business environment in this country where business can thrive. And we are at the Ministry of Commerce be setting up the Business Facilitation Unit, whose primary responsibility will be to push forward the ease of doing business agenda. So we are serious about it. And we are serious about it because nobody in the international system really going to take care of us. We have to take care of ourselves. Those of you who follow international politics and what's happening all over the world, you can see what's happening. Nobody really cares about us as such. We have to care for ourselves first and foremost. It means getting our house in order. And there's so many ministers who go out, agriculture, international trade, foreign affairs, they go out to try and get investment, to get persons to grant for grants and for loans, economic development, because we have this relentless pursuit to make sure our people advance. But it has to start in getting our house in order as well. So today is about that. So let me encourage you. The ministers are here, senior public servants are here, the agencies are here, private sector. Let's advance the dialogue. Let's advance the process. And I'm sure when we come back next year, I want us to be able to present to you a scorecard. This is what you said today you wanted done. And this time next year, God spare, we can tick the boxes and tell you how we've advanced the process. But we know well, all of us, the politicians here, that if we don't hit the call, we will all pay the price. So thank you so very much this morning, and let's get to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. As indicated at the start of the program, a thriving private sector is the heartbeat of a resilient economy. And for that heart to beat strong, we need the connective tissues of regulation to be lean, to be effective. And we look forward to everyone's active participation today, not forgetting those who are joining us via the Zoom session, as well as YouTube and Facebook. We hope that you also weigh in during the panel discussions, which we have later on, as well as the breakout sessions. We will be accommodating you if you just register on our Zoom session if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube. At this time, we've reached a pause in our program. We've concluded the opening ceremony. We now want to invite you to enjoy a brief coffee break. We will resume business at 10:15 for our first panel discussion. This will be the panel discussion featuring the private sector leaders. We will be hearing from them. We do hope that you enjoy, in the meantime, musical renditions on the pan. Give it up for Chaz as you stretch your legs, you get some coffee, get some water, refresh yourself, and come back in for what time? Good. Let's get ready to work.
The joy of receiving shipments is a feeling we all know. We're working on making your customs clearance experience faster, smarter, and greener. We're offering you a paperless option. Receive customs receipts, tax assessment notices, and release orders via email. Head to our website, asecuda.customs.gov.lc, to generate your email QR code and save it for later. Once completed, you simply present your QR code to the customs cashier whenever you're paying customs for your Christmas barrel and personal shipments. After your interview and examination, present your QR code to the counter to the SAD officer for your evaluation fee. Scan, pay, and go. It's that easy. Let's go paperless. Visit asecuda.customs.gov.lc for your QR code.
The government of St. Lucia has announced the 2026 Ease of Doing Business Forum, a high-priority event designed to streamline the country's investment climate and foster economic growth. The forum will bring together key regulatory and private sector stakeholders to address bureaucratic challenges, streamline regulatory processes, and foster a more supportive environment for entrepreneurs and investors. The forum follows a preliminary private sector stakeholder meeting held earlier this year with the Minister responsible for Commerce and Investment, Honorable Dr. Ernest Hilaire.
So we've decided to bring together all the stakeholders, private sector, public sector, and let's have a dialogue. We want the private sector to say to us all the bottlenecks they see in the system. We want the private sector agencies that are responsible for facilitating business in the country to discuss with the private sector what are the changes and reforms that can be undertaken to allow them to be more efficient in the conduct of their business. So the Ease of Doing Business Forum is a really important activity.
Permanent Secretary in the Department of Commerce, Sophia Alfie-Henry, says the forum will orient the private sector on regulatory agency processes to foster a collaborative approach to identify opportunities for optimization.
Where we will bring representatives from the regulatory agencies to give them an opportunity to express some of the internal challenges that they have, and also to articulate some of the changes that they have made or some of the planned changes. Because this forum is not just to speak about challenges. It is to also get from the parties, the stakeholders, the proposed solutions, the recommendations, so that if it requires legislative amendments, if it requires further government intervention, that we can assess the gaps and make the changes.
This forum comes on the heels of Prime Minister Honorable Philip J. Pierre's commitment to prioritize business facilitation in the 2026-2027 budget. While the World Bank has paused its traditional Ease of Doing Business rankings, the government is moving forward with its own aggressive reforms to remove barriers to entry and support local entrepreneurs.
We have a broader objective for doing that as well. We also want to place a lot of priority on small business development in the country, from helping it be established, giving them technical assistance to make sure they are structured properly, they manage properly, provide financing for them. And we have plans to establish a small business development center in St. Lucia that will replace SEDU as we know it, and for government to put a lot of resources into the creation of a small business, to give greater support for small business development in St. Lucia. So that Ease of Doing Business Forum really is a precursor to that. So we can start removing some of those barriers.
The 2026 Ease of Doing Business Forum will be held on the 9th of April at the Finance Administrative Center. For the Department of Commerce, I am Jessie Leonce reporting.
The joy of receiving shipments is a feeling we all know. We're working on making your customs clearance experience faster, smarter, and greener. We're offering you a paperless option. Receive customs receipts, tax assessment notices, and release orders via email. Head to our website, asecuda.customs.gov.lc, to generate your email QR code and save it for later. Once completed, you simply present your QR code to the customs cashier whenever you're paying customs for your Christmas barrel and personal shipments. After your interview and examination, present your QR code to the counter to the SAD officer for your evaluation fee. Scan, pay, and go. It's that easy. Let's go paperless. Visit asecuda.customs.gov.lc for your QR code.
I now invite you to return to your seats. Kindly return to We want to resume with the program for the morning. I now invite you to take your seats for resumption of this morning's forum. Panelists for the first dialogue, kindly be on standby. Moderator as well, Dr. Samuel, kindly stand by. If you're just joining us, welcome. For those of you watching online on the National Television Network, Government Information Service, and for those of you watching on YouTube, Facebook, joining us via the Zoom platform, good morning to you. You're just in time for our first panel discussion of the morning, featuring private sector perspective on the ease of doing business. This is the final call, ladies and gentlemen. If I could kindly ask you to take your seats once again. I hope you found the refreshments and the networking during the break to be invigorating. We are now ready to move into the core of our program and get to the real meat of the day. We begin our working sessions with our first panel discussion titled Private Sector Perspective on Ease of Doing Business. The theme of this forum is Breaking Barriers Enabling Business. And there is no better way to understand those barriers than by hearing directly from the business leaders who navigate them daily. This session is designed to set the stage for our afternoon breakout groups, where we will dive into specifics like business entry, taxation, and international trade. As you would have noticed, I've broken from the lectern. There's someone else there. I now turn your attention to the monitors for the moderator and panelist introductions. Take a look.
Moderator, Dr. Thomas Samuel. Dr. Samuel is an economist and veteran public servant with extensive expertise in international trade and macroeconomic policy. During his tenure in the Ministries of Finance, Commerce, and External Affairs, he specialized in sectoral development and research. As the former Director of International Trade, he spent over 15 years shaping trade policy and representing St. Lucia within the OECS, CARICOM, and the World Trade Organization. In addition to his public service, Dr. Samuel has served as an adjunct lecturer in economics at the University of the West Indies and Monroe College. He currently advises the Ministry of Commerce on trade logistics and competitiveness as an UNCTAD-trained member of the National Trade Facilitation Committee. He has also contributed his expertise to various statutory boards and the Caribbean Public Research Institute. Panelists: Andrea St. Rose, President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of the Eastern Caribbean St. Lucia Branch. St. Rose brings over 20 years of experience in legal accounting and business advisory services. A former partner at BDO St. Lucia, she now serves as a consultant to BDO Eastern Caribbean and sits on the boards of several regional institutions. An expert in governance and dispute resolution, Andrea is a certified fraud examiner, chartered governance professional, and accredited mediator and arbitrator. She is the current president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of the Eastern Caribbean and the immediate past president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of the Caribbean. She holds an LLB honors, a Master of Business Administration, and was called to the bar in England and Wales by the Honourable Society of the Inner Temple. Anselm Mathra, acting president of the St. Lucia Realtors Association, St. Lucia Inc. Mathra is a seasoned technology industry veteran with 23 years of regional experience in product development and marketing intelligence. His expertise spans commercial strategy, market research, and revenue growth, with a proven track record in new product introduction and customer lifecycle management. Currently, Mathra operates as a commercial consultant and technopreneur with a diverse portfolio of interests across real estate, media, education, fashion, and fintech. He leverages his extensive background in data-driven strategy to drive innovation and sustainable development within these sectors. Gerard Begas, representative of the St. Lucia Chamber of Commerce, Industry, and Agriculture. Gerard Begas oversees operations for tropical shipping in St. Lucia, St. Vincent, Dominica, and Grenada as regional manager. A dedicated advocate for trade facilitation and intra-regional trade liberalization, he co-authored the 2016 CARICOM report on business facilitation mechanisms. Begas holds a bachelor's in electrical engineering and an MBA from the University of Toronto, a master's in shipping and logistics from Middlesex University, and earned his chartered director designation in 2024. He serves on the board of Republic Bank EC Limited and is a past president of the St. Lucia Chamber of Commerce. His extensive public and private sector leadership includes past roles with SLASPA and the National Insurance Corporation, and he currently chairs the National Competitiveness and Productivity Council while representing the private sector on the National Trade Facilitation Task Force. Paula James, Executive Director, St. Lucia Manufacturers Association. Paula James is a seasoned professional with over 30 years of experience in the banking sector and a distinguished record of public service. Since 2012, she has served as the Executive Director of the St. Lucia Manufacturers Association, where she champions the growth, competitiveness, and strategic interests of the local manufacturing sector. In this capacity, she leverages her extensive background in finance and policy to advocate for industry development and trade-related initiatives. Her leadership is supported by a strong foundation in governance, having previously served as chairman of the Tax Appeal Commission and as a commissioner on the Public Service Commission for the Government of St. Lucia. She brings specialized expertise in project management, VIP protocol, and public service regulations to her executive role. Ron Leon, President of the St. Lucia Bankers Association. Ron Leon is a senior banking official and chartered director with over 16 years of experience in retail banking, compliance, and enterprise risk. He is currently the senior manager at Republic Bank EC Limited, providing strategic oversight across 7 territories, including St. Lucia, St. Kitts and Nevis, and St. Martin. His expertise spans the redesign of anti-money laundering and countering the financing of terrorism frameworks, the management of regional automated clearinghouse operations, and the delivery of major capital projects, such as the bank's regional head office. A former regulator with the Financial Services Regulatory Authority of St. Lucia, Mr. Leon brings a unique dual perspective to his work in corporate governance and regulatory discipline. He has successfully guided the institution through numerous regulatory examinations, achieving high compliance ratings while driving operational efficiencies and digital transformation. Leon holds a Bachelor of Science in Banking and Finance from the University of the West Indies and is a certified anti-money laundering specialist. He is an active contributor to regional financial stability, serving on the ECCU Bankers Association Risk Committee and co-chairing the ECCU Ease of Account Opening Working Group in collaboration with the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank.
Do give our panelists a warm welcome as they ascend the platform. Private sector panelists, we now welcome you to your cushy seating as we begin for intense dialogue. I now hand over to you, Dr. Samuel.
Thank you very much, Mrs. of Ceremonies. As our panelists take their seats, let me take the opportunity to acknowledge in our midst the Honorable Prime Minister, Philip J. Pierre, who has joined us, and a round of applause to him. Honorable Prime Minister, we want to thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us at this very important inaugural event. As we begin our session, we wish to adopt the protocol that has already been established with respect to the acknowledging the presence of the members of the cabinet and the regulators, senior representatives in government, etc. We have had our introduction to our panelists. I hope they are all settled, and if before we get started, I hope they can all see me and hear me properly. Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, on my own behalf, let me also say good morning and thanks to all of you for being here at this inaugural event, and for those of you joining us virtually at this event. As has been expressed by previous speakers, this event, as the title suggests, is really part of the thrust and priority of the government of St. Lucia through the Department of Commerce to try to qualitatively improve the business ecosystem in terms of the policy, legislative, and regulatory environment in which business is conducted in St. Lucia. In large measure, this exercise is really a culminating exercise following a tour de place that took place earlier in the year over the months of January and up to recently, in which the minister conducted a number of introductory stakeholder meetings with the private sector, in which the various issues and challenges faced by the sector were ventilated with a view to seeking resolution. So in our discussion, which will start in just a few moments, we will revisit some of those issues that, as the chairman, as Mr. Barnard said, has been long expressed, but sometimes have not been resolved or sustained. As we can see by our distinguished panel, we have brought together in one space some of the leading figures, those who really are at the commanding heights of our business sector in St. Lucia in various ways with considerable experience and are certainly well placed to provide, allow us to draw on their experience and their insights to provide inputs to this process. As was also said by the Minister, there's a philosophical underpinning to the approach to which this has been done, and that is a participatory, consultative, collaborative approach in which all we co-create, as they say, we get to the line, to finish line together, where we have inputs, and it's transparent and participatory. So just be reminded, this is the underlying philosophy that underpins the approach to creating that environment that serves us all. Of course, there is an inherent tension, as was alluded to, in terms of the ongoing debate between the level of the right balance that was used earlier on this morning, the right balance in terms of the level of regulation, whether it should be fit for purpose, not unduly onerous, but taking into account the interests of all stakeholders. With these few remarks, I want to now get into the substance of our discussion, but I want to also make the point that was made by the Minister earlier more clearly, that whereas the World Bank has discontinued the ease of doing business index, which we used to be looking forward to in terms of our ranking, etc., and has moved towards what we heard as the Business Ready Index, there is still great value to pursue the objective of making the environment more conducive for conducting business. Okay? So some people think, why are we doing this? It is still very relevant because the challenges remain, notwithstanding that there's no more ranking. But I would have to say to you, there's an overlap and a lot of similarity between the old framework used by the World Bank and the current framework of the Be Ready Index. Both of them have 10 sub-indices, and a lot of the things that we want to improve in are also included in the new framework. But the only difference is, or the major difference being that the Business Ready framework is a more comprehensive, takes a more comprehensive look at business from the perspective of the business environment, taking into account social inclusion, the environmental sustainability, and public service delivery, which is something we've been hearing about from many of the speakers before, about the frustrations or dissatisfaction in the turnaround time to get licenses, permits, or approvals in service. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, and I want to start to speak to my panel. The persons in our panel this morning they participated in, as I said earlier on, our various meetings in which the issues were presented. One of the issues that came out from the discussions with the private sector, especially the chamber and the manufacturers, was the issue of deficiencies in the workforce with respect to skills, the skills gap. And so how ready is our workforce to serve the needs of the private sector if the private sector is to be competitive? Okay, so against that backdrop, I want to ask Mrs. James if she could lead off the batting on this one, if she could share what I mean, bearing in mind, we have heard of the mismatch between the skills of school leavers and against the needs of the industry. So from your perspective, Ms. James, what are the critical gaps to your mind? Is it technical competence? Is it work ethic? Is it soft skills, etc.? Bearing in mind, we have programs such as TVET, NSDC, NRDF, Institute, SALCC, and others. Okay, so what should we be doing? What are the partnerships between the private and public sector that we need to establish to address this skills gap? I hope I've given you a good leading. Over to you.
Good morning, all. I would not go through any protocol list so that we didn't spend the whole day here, but I would like to acknowledge the Minister and our esteemed Prime Minister. For private sector, especially manufacturing, we have come a long way. I need to say that first because TVET has been a godsend for us. There are a lot of skills that are being taught through TVET. Our biggest challenge, however, is when these persons are finished, how do we reach them? How do we get in touch with them? Because there is no base, I shouldn't say there is. Right now, I found out sometime late last year, there are 3 different ministries collecting data of persons who have graduated in certain things. We looking for persons. Guyana has taken away most of our qualified persons in labs, and we have manufacturers with labs. So looking for persons with that chemistry background, that physics background, it was a challenge for us with regards to replacing that as quickly as possible, because 3 of our largest manufacturers lost their persons going back to Guyana. We had a lot of Guyanese in that sector. And it was a big challenge for us finding them. But lo and behold, last year I found out 3 ministries are now collecting data. We never knew about this. So the communication between the ministries and the business sector is not very good. This needs to be improved. We would love to make sure that we can employ all our young persons in that field, because there are quite a lot of them who come out of Sir Arthur with qualities. And for us, the challenge was there, and it has been there for years.
Okay, thank you. To any of the panelists, feel free to weigh in on this one. What are your thoughts on this with respect to how effective do you believe our institutions are in imparting training to our school leavers that seek specialized supplementary education in after leaving school? Is there more to be done? Also, should businesses themselves be part of the solution rather than wait for an external provider to provide them with the skills that they are seeking? Anyone? Yes, go ahead.
If I may just accept the protocol that has already been established. I think that we should have in place a mentorship program so that businesses are incentivized to take on students during the summer vacation, for example, that they go for a training program, and that the students themselves benefit by getting credits towards whatever programs that they are attending at school. Not only would it enhance their skills as they enter the workforce, because generally speaking, from my experience at least, and from most of my colleagues, we find that the students coming in lack the skills, basic skills. And it places significant pressures on the resources that are available to train these people. We need to determine what are the sectors that we want to focus on. Is it financial services? Is it agriculture? Is it tourism? And then have the training programs where we can help our people develop in those areas. But I think this is something that should be given some consideration in terms of a mentorship program for school people so that they can get the skill sets, hands-on experience, that is.
Okay, thanks for that. We have to move along, but I would just entertain a final question to the panel. And again, it's open.
Can I say something on this?
Okay, go ahead.
For the last 5 years, I think we can safely say St. Lucia is going through a construction boom. And there's a huge opportunity for trades. The programs at Sir Arthur, plumbing, electricals, building tech, these needs are highly sought after. You can hardly get plumbers, and they make good money. The prices per day have gone up, I would say, by 50% now over the last 5 years. So I know Sir Arthur had a program like that. Coupled with your mentorship. At the end of that program, and with TVET, Ms. James, those students should be able to get work because there is work, there is demand. So if we can streamline and connect the program with TVET, Sir Arthur's program with TVET, and maybe layer a mentorship if needed, if possible. But right now, there is a dire need for trades right now, today.
So that is a gap in the market. But would the response of institutions to fill that gap not come in with a lag that may still not meet the immediate needs of the industry? Because to train a person usually takes at least, there are short courses, but perhaps 3 months, 6 months or more sometimes, or even a year, depending on the level of competence and certification. So that is an issue. So we need to do forward planning rather than reacting. And I think that is a better approach, to anticipate. I think the point was made to identify core areas that are within our strengths or we have comparative advantage, and to focus on those areas ex ante, before we rather than wait with a lag. If not, the market will not wait for us. So that is one. I just want to ask also my panelists, what about internships and apprenticeships, which is to be so widespread in earlier years, but we don't see as much? What do you think is affecting the lack of internships and apprenticeships?
Yeah. I think once upon a time, the comprehensive schools, which is the school that I attended, had an internship program. And this is where, and this is where I got hands-on experience when it comes to accounting. And I think that if most institutions would have in place these internship programs, and of course, provide some incentives to the businesses that take on these students, whether it be a tax credit for whatever salaries that has been paid to these people, I think that would be a very good idea. I'm not too sure if this is still in existence with respect to that program, but I think this is something that we really need to take on board. If we are thinking of, say, our country as a country that's going to be dealing with financial services, for example. We want to have trust legislation, yet still we do not have people who are skilled in those areas. But teaming these people with institutions that can provide that experience for them, would be an advantage in terms of getting them up and running soon as they enter the workforce. They are ready to go.
Okay, we take note of these recommendations. And we'll move on. In the interest of time, we'll move to another sort of subject area. No doubt in the breakout sessions that we have, we'll get a chance to revisit some of these topics in greater detail, and we'll have some action points coming out of them. So with your permission now, we'll now move to another area, which is a lingering grouse that has surfaced repeatedly in a lot of our meetings. It has to do with that sort of private sector interface with government in terms of seeking services at the various departments, and the dissatisfaction either in the turnaround, interpretation of legislation, the requirements, in some cases, need for hard copies, manual systems as opposed to digitized systems which preclude the need to present yourself physically in offices, etc. So that is one of the areas that we have heard. Now, we have made some strides, and we need to acknowledge, and I would like to know whether or not we have done, for example, the DigiGov system. I would like to get your reaction as to how that has been working for you, and perhaps you can give some feedback on it, because it is one of the things that governments around the world have been doing in trying to bring government services in a virtual space to access to serve the needs of citizens. So my question again to all of my panelists is, where do you see duplication or inefficiencies with regards to the services provided by government, or what more do you think should be done, or can you point specifically to where you experience that, so I could, for want of a better word, dissatisfaction with the turnaround time for getting your permits, your approvals, and your licenses?
Okay, good day, everybody. Just for reintroduction, let me adopt the protocol already established. I am Ron Leo, President of the Bankers Association. I will speak particularly on a matter that impacts us as it relates to the land registry. And I know our legal fraternity is particularly interested in that as well. And I will not sit here today and pretend to have all the answers. But as our dear minister said at the beginning, we must air the concerns to understand where exactly we're moving forward. So I will take example from the amazing work that has been done with regards to movable security. We now have a situation where movable security is registered in a lot more efficient manner. we're able to register a vehicle, maybe a boat, and we have other forms of security that we can register, look up, ensure is in place in the right manner through technology. And that is through the work of this ministry and this government and the wonderful persons who have made this happen. So I do applaud those persons responsible for that. However, we seem to not be moving along the same lines where it relates to our immovable property. Now, this is not to indicate that we need a complete change in the legislation as it relates to how we get immovable security registered. So it's not a knock on the legal fraternity. I know we have lawyers here, right? We do believe that there is a place for lawyers before to ensure securities are perfected. However, the actual registration tends to be quite manual. We do not have access to it in a reliable manner. We seem to have interruptions in the service quite often. And again, I'm airing the concerns, not saying that I know exactly what is happening in the background and with the ministry. But this continues to pose a significant issue for the financial sector. As you would imagine, it is extremely important for us to be able to extend credit for the economy to move. Those wheels are highly dependent on us being able to extend credit. And one of the major things that we look at is property when extending credit. And if the main arm which deals with the registration of it is not moving in an efficient manner, then we continue to have those issues. So this is me airing the concern. I will leave it to the other panelists. I don't know if we have the actual answers here, but I will not pretend that I do.
Okay, I guess this is one of the issues that will be noted for further deliberation in our breakout session and elsewhere. While you have the floor, perhaps I'll ask you as well, Mr. Leon. I think reference has been made to what we call the incompatible legislation with respect to foreclosure. I guess, do you care to comment on this? Because it's impacting your recovery processes, but bearing in mind our legal framework, and we don't want to put anybody on the streets. We don't want people. But the Insolvency Act of which was passed in September of 2024, I think, provides some safeguards to prevent us from causing people to lose their homes when they have issues with bad debt or to renegotiate debts in a way that sort of allows them not to find themselves homeless. So if you care to comment on this aspect of the challenge that the banking sector has repeatedly stated with us.
Okay, thank you very much. So I will comment on this one very, very carefully, because I understand this is an extremely sensitive topic. So I want to air and take my words very slowly. I will. Thank you, Prime Minister. We understand how important it is for persons to own a piece of St. Lucia. We understand at the end of the day, and we believe as citizens that it is our right once we have that property for it to be maintained as our property. That a financial institution should not have a complete autonomy to remove it if we fall into hardship, and I totally agree. However, what we do find is that there is an opportunity cost for allowing a blanket protection in such cases. And that is what we have, or at least that is what I would say we have at this particular point in time when it comes to foreclosure. We have blanket protection for all. And all do not fall into the vulnerable category of persons who have met misfortune. All do not fall into the vulnerable category of persons who are unable. So the question is, what exactly are we giving up by providing that blanket protection to persons? And the Bankers Association is currently working with the ministry, and we've estimated so far that at the very minimum, and this is using mainly banks, not including a lot of our credit unions, which is a major part of the sector, that we have an estimated 1.4 billion of liquidity that cannot be utilized in this country because we decided that it is absolutely necessary to provide blanket protection to all. That's funds that are tied up in derelict property. I'm sure Anselm could tell. We see property we pass it on the road all the time and we wonder, but what's really going on with this? Why nobody can't get this and turn it into something that's useful in the economy? It's tied up in a bank somewhere or financial institution somewhere, right? We see it all the time, and it is costing us. So the question is, how do we find a balance? And I look at the table with our dear Prime Minister and the Minister, and I know this is a sensitive topic again. But how do we find a balance? And the Bankers Association truly believes there is a need to find a balance. Not to protect all, but protect the persons who really need the protection. The banks and the financial institutions are not in the business of taking persons' assets. Actually, it's not beneficial to us. It is more beneficial to ensure that the persons continue to service the debt. However, to find that balance, we believe that we must or we should establish some level of a threshold. And we are now working with the ministry to determine what that threshold will be, where we say, okay, we are able to give a financial institution a little more autonomy once that loan or that impaired asset is maybe above 400,000, 500,000. At that particular point in time, we should be able to say that the financial institution will have a little more autonomy to recover on this because it is impacting our sector on a whole.
Okay, thanks for that response. Yes, I think perhaps the idea of a threshold to delineate those that are vulnerable from those that are not, perhaps can be part of the solution, but we will not pretend to solve it right here, but we take the point that you have made. In the interest of time, I really want to move on. I just want to wrap up with you, Mr. Leon, quickly. There are people who have asked some really basic questions about the frustrations of having to provide two pieces of ID, for example, and to be able to open an account or to do a number of things in the bank. Is this absolutely necessary? Is it, the risks? Is it the AML, CFT compliance requirements? What really is this? And if what else can be done to give access? Because you bear in mind, most people's IDs are either a passport, a driver's license, or what's the other one? Birth certificate or something like that.
National ID.
National ID. But those who don't drive or who perhaps have an expired passport would be inherently disadvantaged. So, this should be something we can at least harvest in the short term. What say you? And before you speak, I just want to, because I want to move on to my other panelists, I just want to also ask you the problem that we have heard where some small sole traders or business concerns have had difficulty accessing bank loans in the banks because of concerns of either lack of succession planning, their age, and so on, and the business suffers as a result of that. Could you speak also on to that subject? What can be done to allow businesses, which are separate legal persons, juridical persons, to benefit from accessing funds, and they are not penalized because of the age of the owners? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to be efficient with my answer because I know we have to move to open questions. With regards to the banks and the requirements, particularly in opening accounts, I know it has been a sore point for quite some time. I will give brief context and where we are now. Brief context is yes, it has been an AML, CFT, CPF issue. For quite some time, the banks have understood that the issue with IDs has been providing an identification and verifying it by another form. That notion has been well dispelled, and I will again congratulate the FIA, the ECCB on dispelling that notion. However, I think we still have some archaic policies, so it's no longer an issue of legislation that needs to be changed in that instance. But I do know that we have some policies which need to be amended. So the Bankers Association is looking at this matter, and it is one that we will continue to address to ensure that we're all on the same page, because you find that in some institutions, that is not an issue with one form of ID. However, in others, you will see a mandate for two forms. There are other requirements that continue to pose an issue to the populace, that being proof of address, proof of income, and again, I could go into quite a few bits of details with regards to that. But here, I believe that we do need some more collaboration, not only with the policies within the financial institutions, but also with the guidelines and legislation that guide them. So while we've cleared the issue with regards to IDs, I do believe that there are more matters that we need to bring to the table, that we need to clear up so that the financial institutions and the regulators are working on the same page. That's my short answer. With regards to the business community and extending credit, so we do see sometimes that we have very viable businesses that are operating well in the economy. And they approach our financial institutions only to find that there is a hesitance to extend the credit because we look at the proprietor or the main principal, and we have determined that because the mind management and complete knowledge on the operation of that business is solely, for the most part, reliant on that person, we are challenged to extend credit at a very extended tenure, 10, 20 years, if we are of the view that that person is of age and there will be limited to no succession to carry that business forward. So the question is, how do we manage this problem? And I think it's really an education and a culture shift that we need to adopt. A lot of our businesses are manned and owned by persons who are within that age bracket. And it should not be a situation where we stifle those businesses because we look at one person. However, we have to make those persons understand that it is important to extend the knowledge, whether it be to the family members, whether it be to management, so that the business is not essentially meeting its end prematurely because they are unable to carry it over for an exceeded amount of time. Again, my short answer to that.
Thank you very much for that, and we do take note of your suggestions and comments on this subject. If we could pivot at this point, I want to now move into a new direction, another of the recurrent themes and issues that have been brought to the fore by in our consultation with the private sector. And here I refer to the issue of delays at the ports, issues with customs, and in terms of getting clearances and release of containers, and how that is affecting business. So with that, I would like to, we're talking about infrastructure as well, traffic and logistics as well. With that very topical issue of, congestion at the ports and etc., I would like to ask Mr. Gerhard Begas, who is wearing two hats here on this panel, both as the representative of the Chamber, but also our leading expert on matters relating to shipping. What do you think should or can be done to improve turnaround times, to reduce delays really at the port? Because this is the concern that we have had. We are aware of the congestion issues. We have heard of, like space constraints, sometimes equipment failure, and so on. But they have also the issue of the labor arrangements with stevedores, which is a long-standing issue, unions, and the instructions to the stevedores. All of these things are in the mix in affecting the actual overall release time. Now, I want to go even further and say, we have, which something you would be very much aware of, the FAL Convention, which really deals with the sort of standardizing the facilitation and treatment of ships when they enter ports, so that, with respect to the information that is provided to the Port Authority, so that to minimize delays. So I've given you quite a bit of a context here, and this is something, a constraint on business. Is affecting the speed of delivery to their customers. And logistics is critical to being competitive, to maintaining your service delivery standards and so on. So as we try to improve the environment for doing business, a critical part of that is how we facilitate the movement of goods from the ship to warehouses and eventually to customers. So could you comment, Mr. Begas, from your very considered experience on what you think can be done better to address this challenge?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Protocol already being established. I would like to start off first by saying thank you to the Ministry for convening this session, because this is a topic that's near and dear to my heart. When I was president of the Chamber back in 2011, this was something I spoke almost non-stop and exclusively about, using the World Bank report to drive reform to make it easier to do business in St. Lucia. So I think this is a very timely session, and thank you, Ministry, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. The question you've asked me there would probably take up the rest of the day because you've covered a lot of ground, and there's some very contentious issues involved. But maybe I should start at a very high level. And on behalf of the Chamber, perhaps coin a new phrase, and that is institutional infrastructure upgrade. I heard the Minister, I heard Mr. Barnard, and I heard our colleagues from the Bar Association basically say the same thing in different ways, that our institutions need to be better at serving the business community. So, you know, and this is not a matter of just simply training. This is talking about a cultural shift in the ministry. A few weeks ago, I was lucky enough to be part of the minister's address to the chamber, and I heard him outline a very detailed, very good strategy for the ministry. But to quote Peter Drucker, Minister, culture eats strategy for breakfast. So we need to address the cultural issues to get our institutions, and I'm not just speaking about ministries here, but all of the institutions into that mindset. And with that said, I will get to the port, I promise. But I have a couple suggestions. Minister, you said more St. Lucians should own St. Lucia. So I want to extend that logic a little bit. And
I hate to interrupt, but I just say that because of time, and I know you have a lot to say, and the issue of owning St. Lucia, we will address it even more fully with one of our other panelists.
I'm extending the logic here because honestly, like, I think more St. Lucians should participate in governance of these institutions. And many years ago, the government used to come to the private sector organizations and ask for nominees to sit on various boards. That doesn't happen anymore. And the board members at those institutions are politically appointed. And there are enough private sector organizations in here, just looking around this room, I see several of them, that the government should be going to private sector organizations and asking for recommendations to sit on this board. Tap into the expertise of the private sector to help with the governance structures of these institutions. So, coming back to the port now, which is really what you wanted me to talk about, I promised Mr. Snack that I would go light on SLASPA today. So, Mr. Snack, I apologize wherever you're sitting. With SLASPA, probably the biggest issue is that SLASPA is both a regulator and an operator. And that model does not work anywhere. And my view, and I've said this many times over the years, is that SLASPA should be a regulator, and we should set up a special purpose entity to be the operator of the ports. And that way, should the government so wish or desire to concession out the operation of the port at a later date to a private entity, they already have the mechanism to do that. And drilling down a little bit further into with SLASPA, I want to congratulate SLASPA on setting up the inland empty depot. That has helped ease the congestion on the port significantly. But the problem with empty evacuation of the port is partly caused by the way that SLASPA charges the carriers for storage of containers on the port. And it is like, for example, tropical shipping, it is in our interest to get the oldest boxes off the port first. And so when the ship comes in, you're trying to dig for containers that are buried in the stack, which takes time, which is wear and tear on equipment. To get at those older boxes, it slows down the operation. It creates a less productive, less efficient operation. So we had suggested to SLASPA a few years ago to follow what is happening in Trinidad and Barbados and move
change that system, allocate based on their port square footage, a number of empties that any carrier can keep in the port at any one time. And anything above that, they get billed for. That way, there is no perverse incentive to dig for old containers. You take whatever is available. The operation will speed up. You will see a reduction in congestion on the port. And this is not a new idea. It is happening in Trinidad and it is happening in Barbados. The other thing, you mentioned the labor arrangements. That is a gigantic issue, which I would prefer to set aside.
We could take it in the breakout session.
Yes, that is a huge issue. But on a very simple matter, something else SLASPA can do is to articulate a clear berthing policy for ships coming into the port. To date, the berthing policy is cruise takes precedent. Every cargo carrier thinks that SLASPA is favoring every other cargo carrier because there's no clear berthing policy. And the berthing policy could be as simple as first come, first served. But I think that is something that could also help the situation there. Single window is another issue that has been on the cards for numerous years. I had the opportunity to brief our minister on this in great detail a couple of weeks ago, so I think he is well aware of the issues. But I think this is something we need to implement, and I see the Comptroller of Customs here, and they are in process of setting up a system for electronic release of cargo, which I take my hat off to you. I think it's a great initiative, and we've been wanting to do this for years. That will reduce human error and improve the security of the release of cargo into the public. So I think it's a great initiative, and we look forward to that being implemented ASAP.
While you're at it, is there any scope for short-term remedies in terms of changing operational hours to include working post the 4:30? We seem to have some systemic rigidity of everything must be out by a certain time and so forth. What about working longer into the night?
I don't think there's an issue of working longer into the night, because SLASPA will work at whatever time they need to work. The issue comes back to the labor arrangements, because it is extremely high cost to work in overtime. And as I said, this can be taken up in the breakout sessions. But to adjust that, you really need to look at the labor arrangements which have been in place and are structured around a regime that existed pre-containerized cargo.
Yes.
And a lot of what's in those arrangements relate to that type of operation, which for the most part, no longer exists. So modernizing those arrangements, I think, is a big one that could also help.
In the interest of time, I would just like you to make a final comment, but to do with one of the perceived, there's a view, that, as I have indicated to you before, that there is still a missing link in our shipping options in the islands, especially for what we call less than container load cargo, LCLs. Years ago, we used to have schooners, the Federal Maple and Federal Palm, that used to ply the waters of the islands, bringing trade between the islands. We have lost that service. We have heard of complaints where we need to actually, get the Miami-based carriers, and their schedules to serve for us to be able to get consignment of goods to Martinique and to St. Vincent and so on. So I would like you to comment on this and tell us whether you think this is really an issue. And I want to also say to you that this issue has been discussed widely in the region at the OECS Commission and CARICOM elsewhere. Studies have been done on it. We have had proposals, and I would like you to also comment, if you believe there is such a gap, what approach we should consider taking in terms of financing. Is it a PPP option, for example, fully private sector, etc.? This is an issue that I think we are begging for an answer. So I would like to hear from you on this. Thank you.
Yet again, another huge issue. You're right, it has been studied. I have done my own research on this. This was the subject of my master's thesis. So I know the subject very well. It is a complex issue, but I want to state unequivocally that the issue is not one of capacity. So when I hear you talk about federal maple and federal palm, I get a little queasy. Yes. It is not one of capacity, and the greatest evidence I can give you of that is that every island in the Caribbean, save possibly Trinidad, exports empty containers. So that means there is a lot of capacity available for the exportation of cargo. The issue boils down to, it is a complex issue, and we can get more into this in the breakout session, but the problem is that we do not have consolidation and deconsolidation facilities in the islands to facilitate that trade. And this, to me, is where the investment needs to happen. And I would suggest to you that perhaps, I don't think it should be down to the government to make this investment. Perhaps the government creates the environment that encourages the investment in that type of facility. And I will tell you, for refrigerated cargo, so produce moving around the region, there are perhaps 2 or 3 islands in the Caribbean with facilities to handle refrigerated LCL. Barbados is one of them. And so guess what? They have a refrigerated LCL service into Barbados. So that is the short answer, and I don't want to minimize the issue because it is a big issue. The short answer is that we need the deconsolidation and consolidation facilities at the destination.
Okay, thank you for that. We will certainly be discussing this important matter in greater detail in our breakout session, and it'll be certainly part of the work agenda of the ministry or department going forward. I would like to move along and turn our attention to another issue, but it's more in the service area. I think we've spent a lot of time on the goods, and here I want to talk about how our professional service providers, such as our accountants, auditors, and professionals, have difficulty in competing sometimes because of either legislative deficiencies, outdated legislation that needs review, and you know how long that takes. We have issues of not having, for example, tax appeal board, and what the uncertainty that causes in dispute resolution. We have issues of coordination. We have, for example, different interpretations of our legislations regarding the Companies Act and so forth. Beyond that, we have the problem of cross-border trade and services, where we try to compete and get business from outside, and in some cases, the absence of what they call a double taxation agreement with some states may undermine our competitiveness, affect our ability to actually lock in business, and so on. So with all of these concerns, I would like to invite Ms. Andrea St-Rose, our very experienced panelist, who also wearing many hats, to react or comment on these challenges being faced by the accounting and auditing fraternity. Over to you, Ms. St-Rose.
Okay, so thank you. I first want to say that ahead of this meeting, what we did as an Institute of Accountants was to solicit feedback from our members. And so some of the views I may express today are not necessarily my own, but comes from our membership. We have a number of issues. First of all, I need to piggyback on what Gerard just said with respect to culture. And we can first start out by reviewing the telephone service that exists when trying to reach various government ministries. You could hardly get to speak to someone in a government ministry. So I'm not too sure if it's anything to do with the service provider, or is it just that people just don't bother answer the telephones. But it's very difficult getting hold of anyone in any of these departments. Some of the areas I want to focus on would have to deal with mainly amendments to our taxation legislation. Currently, there is a need to review the penalty rates that are applied. For example, if one doesn't file taxes on time, there's a 5% late filing. And if you pay late, there's a 10%, and there's a 1.025% per month, which works out to about 12%. This was in place in the days where you had double-digit interest rates being paid on accounts. So it was a way of, compensating for the opportunity costs of the interest on the monies that the government would have visited. So generally speaking, we figure there's a need to revisit these rates because people want to pay their taxes. But when it becomes prohibitive, there's a difficulty. If people might say, you know what, it is already so high, I'll wait till the next amnesty. And of course, amnesty is not sustainable. And with that said, Mr. Minister, I need to thank you for the past amnesty extension that you have provided. I am pleased to say that often when we speak to you as an institute, you listen to us. So I want to thank you for that. So I think this is number one on the agenda that we need to revisit. And in light of the eroding personal income tax base, consideration should be given to reviewing and getting rid of personal income tax totally, because it is a strain on most businesses in terms of administratively burdensome. I know, Mr. Minister, the whole concept of VAT is a sensitive issue, but coming from my members, what they're saying is that let us get rid of all the administrative work because the tax base is reducing. Fishermen don't pay tax, taxi drivers don't pay tax, farmers don't pay tax. And as it stands right now, if you earn a basic, say, $65,000 per annum, you end up paying no taxes if you can take full advantage of the $40,000 exemption. So we are saying, let us get rid of that. Let us focus a lot more on the VAT, get rid of the HNS levy, increase the VAT rate, so that, but bear in mind the lower income people to make accommodations for them, and so that the Inland Revenue Department now can spend time focusing on the bigger issues dealing with corporations. Small businesses. We had said previously that the economy is fueled by small businesses, but small businesses end up paying the same corporation tax as a big business. And we think that some accommodation should be made because the small businesses are not in a position to take advantage of the many incentives that are available to the larger businesses. So we want some attention to be paid to that as well. We need some immediate amendments to our certain legislation, that is the IBC legislation. In particular, we speak of insolvency. In particular, the one that deals with reinstatement of companies. As it stands right now, the courts have differing views in terms of the legislation. Some judges will say, yes, I have the authority to reinstate. Some will say not. We need to get that done ASAP because we have a number of companies right now that are in abeyance, some of those that own properties and they are not able to deal with those properties. With respect to double taxation, in this current era of minimum global taxes, while it is of less impact, most of the companies in our region do not probably cannot take advantage of the global minimum tax of 5%. So we are asking that some sort of initial work commence with respect to negotiation of some treaties. Because most times when a company wants to do business in our jurisdiction, the first thing they will ask, do you have any treaties? Meaning that if I get income and my income is taxed in your jurisdiction, it's going to be taxed again in my other jurisdiction. Is there some sort of a reciprocal arrangement, so to speak, to minimize that impact? So we can start the discussion. We have certain legislation that is not very clear, and in particular, that is our economic substance legislation. And some of the requirements in that legislation, really, we don't understand what is the importance of that. For example, there's a requirement in that piece of legislation that requires businesses to have meetings in St. Lucia in person. And in this day of technology where you can have business virtually, it makes our environment a little less attractive. So there are little things in there that we want to have a look at. Even the legislation itself is not clear. And even when we try to reach out to the Inland Revenue Department, there are areas that still very gray. And because of that, it makes our jurisdiction highly uncertain. And if we and our marketing arm do not do what has to take place, we find ourselves in a situation where the foreign jurisdictions are actually providing negative information on our jurisdiction. For example, when we got rid of the 1% tax exempt election on companies, we have a 30% across the board tax. A lot of our companies left St. Lucia and they went to Barbados in particular, and some of the BVI islands, because they are of the view that in St. Lucia got rid of that preferential tax of 1% election, and they say in St. Lucia, all companies pay taxes at 30%. When in truth and in fact, the communication has not gone out to say your foreign sourced income is not subject to tax. So if it is the case that you have all your income is foreign source, then effectively tax is not paid. But that information is not getting out there. So we need to get that sorted out and have some certainty in that regard. We spoke about education in general. Under our legislation, we have certain things that makes our jurisdiction very attractive. For example, like I spoke earlier on, the foreign sourced income. But we are not doing enough in terms of educating the business community over there that this is what we have. We have no taxes on dividends. We have a lot. We do not have many restrictions on foreign exchange expatriation. Whereas Barbados, for example, Trinidad have serious restrictions, yet still we don't use that to leverage attracting business in our jurisdiction. I will leave the matter of legislation to my colleagues, the lawyers, but in a nutshell, Mr. Minister, I'm hoping that we can take some of these on board, in particular, the income tax legislation.
Great, thank you. We want to wrap up now. I want to hear from one of our other panelists and to move again to another subject area, and that is the subject of the realtors sector. The real estate as an economic activity is a really important and growing one in our economy. It contributes about 10 to 11% of GDP, and which translates to about $600 million in real GDP per annum. However, given our limited landmass and growing population, the government has an express policy intention to ensure increase the level of St. Lucian participation in the sector in a manner that ensures that they are not just spectators but owners of a lot of the resources of the country, and are actively are the ones primarily involved as agents in certain activities such as the sale and rental of houses and villas and other such properties, accommodations that have been reserved for nationals. We have some the sector must contend with some of the regulation, which deals with the need for a trade license in some instances, and the need to comply with the Aliens Landholding Act on the other hand. With that in mind, Mr. Ansem, if you care to comment on how do you think the current arrangement supports the twin objectives that we have laid out? The objective of ensuring St. Lucian participation on the one hand, and ensuring that the sector is viable and attractive, that investors can find it worth their while to invest in the sector. Do you think the minimum investment or threshold for locals is too high, and so on? Although we note that a significant number of a lot of St. Lucians are participating in the sector with up to properties valued as high as 5 million. Okay, so I would like your comments on that twin objective.
Okay, thank you again, moderator. We believe that the current framework with the Alien Land Holdings License and the Trade License Act, we think that the policy is sound in its intent. The fact that real estate transactions and brokerages is reserved for only nationals, we think that was welcome. We think it puts St. Lucians at the center of a very, very important sector. Our issue is when it comes to timeliness, the processing, and the multiple agencies that we need to work with. As a small developer, I have buyers who would have waited between 5 and 7 years on a small scale. Larger agencies within our sector would probably have clients waiting longer. The issue with us trying to attract high-end while preserving our own guardrails is that property transactions, people cannot give a timeline, and so it's unpredictable. Our high-end buyers need predictability, consistency, and clarity. Another issue we have is that because of that, development timelines are also impacted because people are not able, for myself, we're not able to finish a project if we don't know where our sales are coming from. And a large portion of our sales outside of the diaspora would be persons requiring an alien landholding license. So the other issue you raised was the issue of the minimum threshold. As it stands now, and we're grateful for the Ministry of Commerce, great consultations. We had a meeting with the minister a couple of weeks ago with some proposals which we are going to meet again. Currently, we believe those thresholds are a bit high. And it's not that our nationals cannot participate. There are some challenges there. I think we're looking at the figure of about 5 million US as the entry point of a non-nationals. We are still working with the ministry. Our current information among our members is that the mean to average purchase price point of property by foreigners is in the region from $500,000 US. So setting a threshold of 5 million is 10 times, and it's way, way above what normal realtors would be transacting. So they would lose 80, 90% of their sales. Notwithstanding, there is an opportunity for us to improve the ability of locals to participate large-scale projects and bigger ventures, and that would require easier access to capital because real estate is capital intensive. Now, we are aware of the imminent launch of the Credit Bureau, National Credit Bureau, and we're assuming that will assist more people in qualifying and the bank being more willing to advance larger loans to local developers. Of course, there's the opportunity and the need for more partnerships to allow that scaling. So all in all, as an industry, our members are concerned about the thresholds. However, respect and accept the need for St. Lucians to participate and to own the sector and to benefit from it. As a contributor of more than 11% to the GDP, we accept and we appreciate being reserved, being the ones reserved to transact business, but we believe that the consultations that we have with the ministry will ultimately get us to a point where both parties are comfortable, where locals have a safe space to operate and a high enough space. And I've always said that I don't see any large-scale investments, projects by locals, but with the new framework coming in banking, we hope that will change. But all in all, we expect that with consultations with the ministry, we'll be able to get to a level where our members are happy and the government believe that they are achieving the objectives.
Thank you very much for your remarks. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we have run out of time. I'm under instructions from my timer, and I'm told that we need to wrap up. So I would just like to say special thanks to our panelists for their candor and their recommendations as to how we can address the various challenges that we discussed. We hope this is not the end, as it is, as I say, just a beginning, and a lot of these matters will be further distilled in a number of discussions that we would have in breakout sessions and subsequent engagement between the ministry and your associations. Okay, so with that, I want to thank the audience. I would have liked to have, I'm not sure if we could have any questions from the floor at this time.
Proceed.
Proceed?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Yes, we can take one or two questions from the floor if anyone would like to ask any question to our panelists before they vacate the stage. Can somebody assist in providing the mic if anyone has a question on any of the topics we have discussed today? Okay, as they say, there being none. We have a comment from one of our panelists. Okay, Ms. James, you have the floor.
Mine is not a question. It's an appeal to every ministry before I leave the floor. Single window is really single window to us as business. And the draft legislation has been there for over 17 years. We cannot keep meeting and re-meeting and coming back and not making a final decision. A decision must be taken with single window. It will assist us, the chamber, and anybody doing business. And my other one is the ease of doing business. It's not just words. Because when I drop a piece of document in a ministry and you ask me to come back on Tuesday, I leave my business, I come back on Tuesday, the person to sign is not there. That has nothing to do with me. As a business, I need to get the document signed. I need to clear something from customs. My birth certificate in the registry, I should not be walking 5 times to get something done, and that is my experience 2 weeks ago. To get 3 copies of a birth certificate, I went to the registry 5 times. I said to the lady on the 4th time, darling, go back and tell your supervisor, do a checklist. So when I come the first time, you tell me I need to come with this. The person that I'm getting the copy of the death certificate is deceased. He was my ex-husband, my husband, and I had to get documents to do a lot of things with his property. And this was a nightmare. And this should not be walking back and forth 5 times. Every time I come, you ask me for another piece of document. So do a checklist. This is what you need for a deceased person, or this is what you need for somebody changing their business name. So when I come to you, you give me that one document, I get everything, and then I come back to you. Don't tell me come back on Tuesday, and when I come on Tuesday, you send me back for 4 other pieces of document. Come back on Wednesday with it, and you send me back again another week. This is not the ease of doing business. So these are the 2 things I'm passionate about, because the business community, it is driving them up the wall. Thank you.
And with that, thank you very much, Ms. James. I think the applause, spontaneous applause from the floor does say that this point resonates with many of them. With this, we'd like to bring our session to a close and thank our panelists for their very insightful remarks. And certainly, as we have promised, a lot of what you have said will find its way as part of the work program and going forward. As the minister says, by this time next year, we hope that we would have harvested some fruit, at least some of the low-hanging fruit, from some of what has been proposed. As we are aware, some of what we have to do involves legislative reform of our legislation and regulation, which is longer and will take us a longer time, but we have to be committed to achieving these goals. Thank you very much for your attention this morning.
A round of applause to our moderator, Dr. Samuel, and our esteemed panelists.
Okay, I've been given some latitude to have even more questions. So the floor is still open to take a question from anyone else who wish to speak to us.
Are you able to take questions from online?
Yes, of course, we can.
All right, great. I put a question in the Q&A, but I can speak it. So thank you for the opportunity. As a St. Lucian citizen living abroad, I see the diaspora as a real opportunity for St. Lucia, both in terms of revenue creation and knowledge sharing. However, the challenges around doing businesses, especially the conversations about the formation of businesses, the requirements, the hardship of doing business in St. Lucia, as well as staffing challenges, can be really discouraging. What is the thought about how the people in the room, the people who are in the room where things happen, what can be better done to engage and leverage this population, meaning those of us in the diaspora who are looking to come back and give back, not just knowledge, but also from a revenue or finance perspective?
Okay, thank you for your question. I will now invite anyone from our panel to take a stab at it. I think the question really was, she outlined the challenges experienced by persons in diaspora seeking to participate in the economy in various ways, either providing knowledge, assisting in revenue creation, and so forth. But there are some challenges, and she would like to see what can be done to assist people like her in the diaspora to better participate. I hope I got that right.
I mean, I could add one response. I'm familiar with the lady, quite accomplished St. Lucian. In my small niche of development, 90% of my sales are from diaspora. So what I do, I take on the interested client and I walk them through. I put them in touch with a lawyer, architect, surveyor. So I am that link, but that's a small scale. I think the question that she's asking is about, from abroad, how can she access services easily because she has a contribution to make. Now, what I was thinking, Minister Hilaire, was process improvement. Can that be a department as opposed a department that cuts across ministries as opposed to each ministry trying to have their own efficiency optimization? And I'm asking that because a number of groups, it will be the interface for a number of groups. We all have people in the diaspora who want to do something, whether it's opening a bank account, purchasing property, starting a business, and they each have their own individual journey. I do recognize the work done by the DigiGov. It has made a difference. But then again, if DigiGov responsiveness, Mr. Nassi is always responsive. But then again, responsiveness in the actual process might be limited. So I don't know, bankers, Andrea, from your perspective in dealing with St. Lucians who want to contribute, how do you manage?
Okay, so I'll speak from, you want to go, Andrea? Go, Andrea. I'll speak from the perspective of the banks. In some instances, we actually do see that persons in the diaspora, and some may see, are favored in somewhat, even when looking at real estate investment. And that is because you tend to have persons from the diaspora demonstrate capacity to repay very well. And again, it goes to culture, right? However, the places where we see disadvantages particularly is in relation to just the establishment of an account, right, in a financial institution. The level of requirements that we have in place currently do increase when we look at persons from the diaspora. Why is that? I think a lot of persons in the room understand. We have an appetite that is different from a risk perspective for persons who are out of the country. Now, is this something that needs to be revised? Should it be relooked? I do think so. Because you have persons who were born here, probably lived here for quite some time, now working overseas, but they may not have the complete benefits that someone who continues to reside here has. It is not something that we could solve entirely ourselves because it does come down to international agreements and expectations. So we spoke earlier, and the minister touched earlier on things that are happening overseas and out of our control. So I don't want to go into that too much, but there are some matters that we could look at. And I will focus on what we can do. Assess those persons from a national perspective. And that comes to our regulators. I know I've worked quite a bit with the ECCB in this regard. The FIA, I know, has been doing some work. Our NAMLOC has done some work. But we can do a lot more in assessing who should be determined as a low-risk person, even outside of the country. Why should a person who was born here be determined as high risk in any way? Because that person just decided, you know what, I might benefit a little more from having a career over the waters, right? So that in itself would give us some more autonomy as financial institutions if we acknowledge that from a national perspective, and yes, we can do that individually, there is an understanding, and it is documented, that those persons do not pose a higher risk to any financial institution. It eases the business across the board, as opposed to an individual financial institution trying to do it on their own, and then probably coming into loggerheads with the regulator at a later point.
I could make it even easier for the individual. We have a number of professional services firms in St. Lucia that could assist you from start to finish. So it's a question of accessing online, professional service providers in St. Lucia. Some of them, I must say, can provide everything, both legal and financial services. So you go to that one person. Others specialize in, legal and probably just financial services. But we have the facilities available to assist people overseas who are interested in doing business in St. Lucia.
Okay, thank you. So what we are hearing is a private sector solution as opposed to a government. Notwithstanding, I'm sure the government has someone responsible for diaspora affairs, so there can be that interface between government on the one hand and also the private sector to facilitate St. Lucians wishing to participate in the economy in various ways, whether in the real estate sector with or otherwise, through a sort of a one-stop shop engagement approach. Okay, I think, Mr. Bristol, we'll take a question.
Good morning, everybody, and I really would like to thank the Minister for arranging this forum, obviously the PS and her team as well, and I think the comments from the bar and Mr. Barnard have been all well placed. What's interesting today, though, is not just identifying the issues. I think what we lean into now is thinking about a difference in how we make decisions. So with respect to the comments from Andrea about the legislative changes, what we need is a timeline and mechanisms to make sure we initiate a response or a request that it is processed in a timely manner. With respect, however, to other things, I think we need to think more business-like, incisively. So, for instance, with respect to the concerns about 11% contribution from our rentals and GDP and contributions, I think it's probably higher. I think we could get a lot more out of it by thinking differently. We don't need to try and rate somebody's property for Airbnb. That is done every day by their reviews and their number of stars and whether they are deemed to be superhost or not. And if you're in the Airbnb space, the most dangerous thing you can get is a bad review. It's worse than getting beat at primary school in the old days, because we don't do that anymore. But what's good about that is it makes everybody maintain the standards. Our problem might be leakages, where we have people who own properties here and do not pay taxes here because the funds are paid overseas. But if we were to partner with Airbnb, Expedia, VRBO, and let them add on 7%, 8%, let them provide remittances to us directly. Let them also provide remittances with the information saying who the owner of that property is and what account is paid to. You would not only get immediate taxation revenue commensurate with performance of the unit, what you'd also get is intelligence now to confirm that person has filed their tax returns, or if they're remitting the money outside of St. Lucia without paying tax, that you have an opportunity to increase your revenue collection. That, whether it's that or getting the land registry digitized, for which I have heard excuses for over 10 years as to why it's not done, and none of them are good enough. Again, we are making decisions where we are thinking very bureaucratically and process-oriented. But the minister said it, and I think everybody echoes it. We have the brain power in this island and in this room to solve our problems. We don't need external funding and international agencies to tell us how to fix problems like the land registry. We can fix them with the people in this room and in this country. So I think we need to think a bit more incisively. We need to trust ourselves and our skills. We do need to have consultations amongst ourselves and the right persons to get things going. But those decisions and that mindset is what we need to change today. And I think this forum is importantly the right step. I welcome it, but I do think that we must set some clear, tangible outcomes as to what we are going to tackle, how we're going to tackle it, when we deliver it by. But again, kudos to all the members, persons who attended. I must say I have been a gate crasher, as I had not formally registered. So I'd like to thank the PS for accommodating me at the back. Most of my time at school was at the back, so I'm very comfortable here. But importantly, again, thank you to everybody. I do think there's significant revenue opportunities. There's significant performance opportunities. And both of these go to the ease of doing business. And I give a simple one. Who wants to stand up outside of a land registry to pay $5, $10 for a land register versus going into your computer, logging on, and paying $20 with your credit card and getting it? We have the ability to do it. We have done it in the offshore registry for 26 years now, and we can bring that technology to St. Lucia anytime. And these are the initiatives and the sorts of things I think we need to harness and work together in a really positive forum and get the best out of this opportunity. So again, thanks to everybody, and I wish everybody a most productive conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these very useful remarks, Mr. Bristol. They are duly noted. We don't want to overstay our welcome. We want to keep the program going. So with that, I will now to invite our panelists and thank them again for their very, very insightful remarks. And I'd like to invite you to take your seats in the audience.
Thank you very much to our moderator and panelists for that insightful first session. It has provided us with a candid and essential look at the private sector's experiences. You've certainly given us plenty of food for thought as we move forward. We are now moving into panel discussion 2, which focuses on the regulatory agency's perspective. We have heard the challenges and the barriers from the business community. Now it is time to hear from the very institutions tasked with overseeing, organizing the frameworks in which we operate. The goal of this session is to explore how our regulatory bodies are working to streamline processes, whether that involves business entry, utility services, taxation, to ensure that we are truly enabling business in St. Lucia. I now invite you to take a look at our intros, the bios for the moderator and panelists for the next panel discussion.
Moderator, Jessie Leos. Leos is a seasoned media practitioner with nearly 15 years of experience across the broadcasting and public relations landscapes. Her career began as a news reporter for Calabash and Choice TV, where her commitment to impactful storytelling led her to become one of St. Lucia's youngest news editors and anchors. A versatile professional, Leos's career includes a tenure as a news director in Grenada and serving as a trusted national voice for the Government Information Service during the national pandemic response. Currently attached to the Department of Commerce, she is augmenting her extensive field experience with a bachelor's degree in media and communication from the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean. With a proven track record in both high-level policy dialogues and human interest interviewing, Leos is known for her ability to navigate complex corporate environments while remaining a relatable voice for the public. She is dedicated to bridging the gap between technical expertise and community engagement, ensuring that even the most intricate information is translated into meaningful national conversation. The panelist, Fleur Simmons. Simmons is a senior manager at the Inland Revenue Department, where she serves as Deputy Controller of the Strategic Design, Planning, and Monitoring Division. In this capacity, she spearheads the department's strategic agenda, aligning tax administration and public service delivery with national objectives, Ms. Simmons is instrumental in driving institutional performance, focusing on her operational efficiency and sustainable transformation. Her leadership is defined by a commitment to building a modern, accountable, and responsive tax administration. Karen Augustine. Augustine holds a master's in urban and regional planning from the University of Colorado, Denver. Since 2012, she has served as Chief Physical Planning Officer for the Ministry of Physical Development and Public Utilities, specializing in land policy, community regeneration, and administrative reform. For over 14 years, she has also served as Executive Secretary to the Development Control Authority DCA Board, where she guides enforcement and policy. Under the Physical Planning and Development Act, she leads a professional team and recently established the DCA's approved list of check and environmental impact assessment consultants. Committed to transparency, she annually updates the DCA process guidebook. Kareem Sifley. Sifley is the Senior Manager of Marketing, Business Development, and Customer Care at SLASPA, where he drives commercial growth and strategic partnerships. He holds a bachelor's in finance and a master's from Cameron University, as well as master's in economics from the University of Nebraska at Omaha. Leveraging a diverse background in finance, hospitality, and consumer goods, Kareem applies data-driven rigor to enhance St. Lucia's port competitiveness. He is a results-oriented leader dedicated to service excellence and sustainable economic development. Sherman Emmanuel. Emmanuel was appointed Controller of Customs in August 2023, following nearly 30 years of service in enforcement, revenue compliance, and audit. He holds a degree in management from the University of the West Indies and a master's in project management from Robert Gordon University. Emmanuel's career includes heading the post-clearance audit unit and serving as Assistant Controller of Enforcement. In 2019, he joined the Border Management Project, gaining a strategic perspective on institutional reform before returning as Deputy Controller of Operations in 2020. Driven by core values of transparency and integrity, he is currently leading a comprehensive modernization of the department. His key initiatives include a paperless cargo clearance system, a new risk management framework, and a transformative strategic plan designed to bolster border security and enhance the regional trading experience. Tamara Mathre. Mathre is a legal and public sector professional, currently serving as the Registrar of Registry of Companies and Intellectual Property under the Attorney General's Chambers. With extensive experience as Deputy and Acting Registrar, she leads the administration of corporate regulation and St. Lucia's intellectual property systems. Ms. Mathre focuses on modernizing the business environment by streamlining registration processes and aligning local IP frameworks with international standards. A strong advocate for innovation and cultural heritage, she promotes IP rights as a primary driver of economic growth. Her leadership is centered on enhancing transparency, improving the ease of doing business, and helping local entrepreneurs protect their assets to compete effectively in global markets.
Okay, let's give a warm welcome to our panelists as they approach the hot seat. No? High stakes, comfy, cushy chairs. Just to let you know, this panel discussion will take us into the afternoon, where we will thereafter have lunch. It feels like watching a documentary on Nat Geo. It's a rare and significant scene to have high-level regulators candidly on hand. Just give them another round of applause, not only to provide their insights, but to their processes, but to open themselves up to this audience for direct questions as well. I want to begin by acknowledging the gravity of your roles. We revere you as stewards of structure for our economy. And in our quest today to understand the agencies we all rely on for national order, we commit to maintaining the utmost respect for your good offices, the good offices you represent. We've all heard the phrase ease of doing business. In policy papers, it's a metric. In boardrooms, it's a wish list. But for the entrepreneur in Vieux-Fort or the tech startup in Castries, it's something more visceral. It's the difference between a dream that takes flight and a vision that gets stuck in a filing cabinet. Today, we're not here for sit and listen. We are here for a regulatory relay. We want you to engage with each other. We want to understand that what the dynamic is, not only as yourself, as an institution, but in relation to the other institutions that the public, the business community relies on and interacts with. We know that a thriving economy doesn't happen in a vacuum. It requires a seamless handoff from the moment a company is born on paper to the moment they clear their first shipment at the port, to the day they become a sustainable tax-paying partner in our national development. To map this journey, I am joined by the 5 engineers, 5 of the engineers of our economic infrastructure. They represent the gatekeepers, the facilitators, and the partners of every business in St. Lucia. Panelists, the clock is ticking for our entrepreneurs who are not only in the room, but also watching online. Let's get straight to the ground truth. Ms. Mathre, I'm coming to you first. Every business in St. Lucia starts with a name, starts with a vision, and that vision officially comes to life with the Registry of Companies and Intellectual Property. Ms. Mathre, as the front door for our entrepreneurs, what is the current gold standard for turnaround time from submission to certificate, and how is your team making that first step more seamless this year?
Good morning. Thank you for that question. And protocols having been established, I will proceed to answer. As many of you may be aware, in 2024, the Registry of Companies and Intellectual Property would have joined with DigiGov, and we began with 7 services, which includes also registering as an agent. And what registering as an agent means is it facilitates legal firms as well as financial and auditing firms, accounting firms to register as an agent to act on behalf of individuals. For instance, we had the earlier question about how can people from the diaspora access those services. So the registry has realized the power of leveraging technology. So we have started a phased approach, and currently we do have business name searches for both companies and small businesses online, as well as registration of businesses and incorporation of companies. We aim overall to have a processing time of 1 to 3 business days. We do acknowledge that there are instances where it may take longer. And most of the times it has to do with whether the application is ready to be proceed and to be approved. There are delays in terms of requiring additional documents, but we do aim to process within 1 to 3 business days, and we try our best to facilitate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mathre. We will circle back to some of your online interfacing. Now we know that in today's economy, some entrepreneurs can launch a global service from a laptop at their kitchen table. But for many others, the retailers, the manufacturers, the service providers, access requires a physical footprint, and that is where the vision meets the bricks and mortar reality. I want to engage you further down, Ms. Augustine, for the business owner who does need the storefront or change of use permit. Physical planning is a critical partner. How is your department currently streamlining those approval timelines to ensure that the move from paper to premises happens as efficiently as possible?
Protocol having been established. Thank you for that question. This is a very important question, and it is something that we are constantly being requested, asked about. And once an application for a change of use, as you rightly pointed out, is submitted to the DCA, it has to go through its administrative processes. We find that you have most of the challenge with not meeting, first of all, the submission requirements. As was mentioned previously, persons often find that they have to have certain documentation before the application can be submitted. And that is where you find most of the challenge lies in obtaining that document. Once documents have been completely submitted as required, the process is straightforward. It's usually very seamless. And in meeting all the requirements, as I mentioned, is where the challenge often lies. Persons in getting the documents before they submit to the DCA is where they find that they may have to go to the registry, they may have to go to another department to get that document, and that kind of drags a process along.
Noted. Mr. Emmanuel, we just heard Ms. Augustine give the timeline for getting the physical doors open and also the potential hiccups in getting the process fulfilled, not necessarily on the part of the regulator, but also on the part of the client sometimes. A building is just a shell without stock. So we've come from registering a business to now a building, and the building is just a shell without a stock. If a business is waiting on a planning permit, does that create a backlog for you at the port, or are you able to clear their equipment while they wait for the bricks and mortar approval?
Yes. Please allow me to adopt the protocol which has already been established. Customs generally is a facilitator of trade. Someone having correct documents is what allows them to be able to be processed and facilitated to clear their goods. Whether they have registered as a business is not really a factor. As long as they are a legitimate importer, there's no issues with their submission, their declaration. As long as that is in order, they can clear their consignment. Perhaps one of the things that Customs has been working on is facilitating quicker clearance of their consignments. And I think the discussion today actually alluded to that. Congestion at the port. One of the things that Customs has been working hard on over the past year and a half or so is a paperless clearance process. Change is hard. We have cultural issues, not just in our department, but it's really, I believe it's broad. It's not even just business. It's not restricted to commerce. I strongly believe that it is a cultural, national concern. So implementing change and like a paperless process as we have been, if there's not commitment to seeing it through, it wouldn't happen. But we have been moving towards that process. Mr. Begas mentioned it, having cargo cleared completely paperlessly. We want to provide importers with that facility for those who are so inclined. Some persons might prefer a paper route. Now that paper route may take a little longer. So we are hoping that with implementing a paperless process, completely paperless process, not just for non-commercial cargo, but for commercial cargo as well, that will facilitate speedier clearance of cargo.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Emmanuel. So you jumped ahead. That was a question I was going to come to. You indicated the paperless route. Is there a timeline for that? And is there an app for that as well?
No, well, there's no app for it. However, through our Asecuda system and other business processes, we have been actively looking at every layer in the clearance process. Some of these layers are actually interactive. It's not solely dependent on customs, because customs interacts with practically every regulator. Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Health, you name it, the police. So not only must we improve and make our processes more efficient, but we also have to connect to
the other regulators who factor into the clearance process, and that is also not an easy thing. Because while we might want to move forward with a paperless process, some agencies might not be at a place where they can jump on. So again, it requires work, it requires commitment.
Okay, we will circle back to that. Mr. Sifley, from a business development perspective, we know that a ship or plane sitting idle is a cost passed on to the consumer. How is SLASPA using digital tools today to ensure that the customer experience at our ports is fast and frictionless as possible?
All right, good morning, and allow me to adopt the protocol that's been established. And before I proceed to answer, I'm happy with this public forum. Firstly, to clarify that customs and SLASPA are not the same entity. You always get that saying that someone comes to SLASPA and say, why are you charging so much duties? I'm like, no, it's actually customs. But really and truly, there are a lot of synergies between both agencies, and like Mr. Emmanuel alluded to, we actually developed an interface between Asecuda and Unitrack, which is SLASPA's in-house cargo processing system, whereby we can share the ship's manifest. So that is one step closer into an integration of both customs and SLASPA to help streamline the efficiency for getting the cargo off the port. Because, like I said, the cargo sitting there at the port, yes, there'll be some kind of little revenue, but that's not SLASPA's aim. It is to modernize port efficiency. So in terms of some of the tools available for the public, when you look at more of information and information availability, so on SLASPA's platform, there are many tools that one can access to streamline their business processes. Sometimes we have the application for waivers of excess storages. So sometimes a company may be having a container at the port that's been past the 5-day free rent period, and you can actually go on the website, send an application where you can get tracked in real time to find out what's the status of your application, when it is approved, if it is approved, and do the necessaries to get that certain waiver. We also have the online appointment system for your barrel trade. So that was something that was promoted heavily during the last Christmas season, where we encourage customers to not just show up at the port and say, you're ready to clear a barrel. We want to save you the time and hassle. Online, stay at home, online, make your appointment, come in, easy and simple. As well as we also have tracking on when your package is actually destuffed. And also we have a portal where you can actually track when your container is landing. So there's many tools available for the customer to manage the time and also understand the processes, and also track. We get data on the back end to understand what will be the lags and any gaps that we can address.
Understood. Mr. Emmanuel, Mr. Sifley just gave us the gateway view, and I want to circle back to the clearance topic, the clearance reality. Once these goods are on the dock, the clock is ticking. What is the current gold standard? You mentioned the paperless future for clearing of your goods, but what is the current gold standard for the benefit of our viewers, for the benefit of clients, for clearing a shipment through customs today? And how is your department making that process more transparent?
I think the gold standard would be effective risk management. In the region, risk management has been a challenge for all customs departments. In fact, some will tell you that it's more abstract than a reality. Customs is currently, in fact, in the process since, I think, February or so, attempting for the 4th time to effectively implement a risk management strategy and framework. Over the past 2 decades, we have attempted, but we have not reached, it didn't materialize. And what that gold standard would look like would be reduction in inspection rates. We would have targeted high-risk consignments and gotten out of the way of legitimate importers and persons who have made legitimate submissions. So their clearance time should be excellent. In other words, it ought to be same day. So that is the gold standard, really, effective risk management. And I speak to cargo, but that also applies to air travel. I should not be intercepting someone or having a search or check on someone who is a low-risk person. But you need to have a system in place which effectively allows you to be able to do that. So this is the direction that we are heading in. So it is not a short term, it cannot be achieved in the short term, but we have a 3-year strategy to bring down our inspection rates, whether it is of cargo clearance or of persons coming through the airports. Again, we would need support to do that, technical support. We'll need financial support as well, because we would need scanners and other equipment and technology to facilitate.
Noted, understood. So we've registered the name, we've secured the storefront, we've cleared the goods, and now the business is officially part of the national fabric. But for that growth to be sustainable, the relationship with our revenue systems need to be a partnership, not a burden. And I come to Inland Revenue Department, Ms. Simmons. IRD is often the silent partner in every business's success story. For the entrepreneur who wants to do the right thing and stay compliant, how has the department streamlined the onboarding process for new taxpayers to ensure that staying legal and local is as simple as a few clicks?
Oh, good morning to everybody, and please allow me to adopt the protocol that has already been established. So, interesting question, Ms. Leos. I can talk to the registration process. So, depending on the tax type, it differs. So, for income tax, for instance, it's a shorter time period. You probably just need the taxpayer's ID card. For business, however, we would need documents from the registry of companies. We would need a list of directors. It may also take a little more time. I'm hearing the general consensus. A lot of times when it comes to registration or application processes, I do acknowledge that we do have some challenges, but also too, a lot of times the delays, it's because of maybe incomplete registration applications. So it's a twofold process. We try to make information regularly available. We do have information on our website. We do, of late, we have been publishing a lot on our social media platforms as well. We are currently engaging in developing a corporate strategic business plan, which is a 3-year plan. And in that plan, we have developed different processes for communication to businesses, to taxpayers in general, and also a training program. So of course, training, it starts with us. Training for us as to how do we deal with the taxpayers, customer service, time management, that sort of thing. So in the next 3 years, we are looking forward to doing all of these things. We should be, once the corporate strategic business plan has been finalized, which should be maybe in the first quarter of the fiscal year, it will be made public to the general public. So everybody will know that this is what Inland Revenue is doing.
Understood. Okay, so we have the long-term compliance from long-term compliance from Ms. Simmons. We've seen the path from starting a business up to long-term compliance. Now let's look at the pace a little bit more. Ms. Mathur, you mentioned that a lot of the ROSIP's applications are online. Speak to us about how much of it is online and how much do you still do via paper?
As it stands, we currently have the pre-registration services online. So in relation to business names, applicants have the service of, and we're exclusively online. So it's not that you may have the option of doing a paper-based application. you would have to rely only on DigiGov, and that could either be on your own, you could also go to a service bureau agent, or you could come to the Registry of Companies, as well as the Ministry of Commerce through SEDU to assist with the application. So insofar as how many services we are online with, it is limited to pre-registration services, business name searches, company name searches, as well as application for registration of business names. And you have the option of doing that either as an individual, a firm, which simply means 2 or more persons, or a corporation. If you do have a registered company and you are interested in having a smaller business, you could explore that option. And there is also the incorporation of companies, whether it's domestic, member state, external companies, that process is fully online insofar as the pre-registration services, including company name searches and reservations, as well as submitting your documents online. Currently, we are operating a hybrid system, and I do know that is the greatest hiccup for most businesses. However, it has to be a necessary position for the registry, as we are still bridging the gap between former practices and modernizing the registry. The ultimate aim is to have an electronic registry, and we do plan on onboarding an additional 17 services, which will be post-incorporation services, not limited to annual returns, applications to be restored to the register, as well as notices of beneficial owner, notices of directors, secretaries, and so forth. That is pending onboarding of our data, existing data. So hence the reason for hybrid. And even outside of that, we also have to be mindful that there is always paperwork, there is always a requirement to get information for whichever relevant ministry. So the registry has to be in a position where we can maintain the register. So when an individual walks into the registry, can I get a copy of my application and statutory declaration, rather than relying on what is uploaded electronically, where sometimes we may not have the control of the quality of the document. Sometimes you find the PDFs that are uploaded, they have been minimized. So it is for that reason that we still require, although we are digital, we still require the physical submission upon collection of certificates. However, we do not intend that this is a permanent position of the registry. We are looking into ensuring that the Electronic Transactions Act can facilitate exclusively a paperless environment. However, we do need to bridge that gap. I hope I did answer everything. Yeah.
Sufficiently. Sufficiently. Ms. Simmons and even some of the other panelists, building on that, if the registry has this extent of, we're slowly rolling into the single window hole there. If the registry has this extent of digital activity in its application process, do your systems talk to each other? Yeah? Or is the entrepreneur trapped in a data entry loop, re-entering the same information to get a tax number that the government technically already has? Do you think this approach holds any merit?
It certainly does. Right now, Inland Revenue is pretty manual as well. If the registry does embark in this, this will be helpful because Inland Revenue, we are also looking at getting a new tax system. And that now is going to digitalize and modernize our processes. So we are currently looking at getting a project implementation team. And once this is on board and the system is chosen and purchased, it should make things a lot more easier for taxpayers. It becomes a lot more interactive. You can view your tax status. You should be able to apply for clearance letters. You should be able to know if you have a liability or if you have a refund. We should be able to hopefully talk to all of the different all of the different systems here. So the registry, hopefully Asecutor, the land registry, and it should make the ease of doing business a lot easier.
Mr. Emmanuel, you got the ball rolling with the single window for this panel. We talked about the individual islands of efficiency, but the entrepreneur lives in the ocean between all of you. Can anybody explain, she did give some insight, what it will take for us to create a single window Shangri-La? What will it take for this to happen outside of, you know, as the gentleman indicated, UN funding or special funding? Is it possible amongst the agencies?
I think it's possible. There is the single window initiative, which it's my understanding that it's coming to a close, or at least achieving its objective. But notwithstanding that, just to put a plug in terms of what we had been doing prior to the single window initiative, we have over the years been trying to integrate more and more, because we play an agency function, with the agencies that we have to connect to. It is so frustrating to get complaints about the length of time it takes for someone to clear their consignment, because we are waiting for a letter or a document from another ministry. Now, whether it is on the ministry's end or on our end, we want to eliminate that frustration. So with the paperless initiative, we are hoping that approvals, licenses and permits, all these things, all these interactions that we have to have, we want that to be like a single window system within, not within Asecutor, but using Asecutor. We have a system that we are now introducing called Asecutor World Web Extensions. And we are hoping that that will be groundbreaking in that it will onboard agencies who have some regulatory requirement. We are actually in the process with Transport Board to do that. So it will be a digital vehicle release. Because currently we have this vehicle declaration form that has to be taken to the ministry. And you know that back and forth, we want to eliminate that. So I think in a week or two, we should be somewhat wrapped up with that matter, and we should be able to have the Ministry of Transport actually give the approval in, well, with this Asecutor World Web Extension. It's a web type interface. It will be a lot less limiting than what we are currently doing with Asecutor. We have actually been doing already with at least 3 ministries that type of virtual approval. But this Asecutor World Web Extension is going to allow us to do, to have more utility. So that, even in the absence of a single window, we are trying to see how we can make a type of a single window environment so that persons don't have to be running back and forth.
Okay. For the panelists who have not yet provided updates, can you give us, you know, we're talking about the experience of the entrepreneur at 2 o'clock in the morning. They don't want to wait for an office to open. They have their own office hours, their own operating hours. What is the drop dead date for your agency to go fully digital?
I'll start off first. So firstly, I made mention of some of the online applications that we have on SLASPER. Also, I want to make sure that we don't overlook the maritime aspect, because that's also a part of commerce driving the growth in the blue economy. And also when you looked outside, we've seen the 3 cruise ships, so you know all the other players in this segment. So with regards to like the maritime, like I made mention, we are developing an online platform for those who are application, vessel registrations, etc. However, we're also looking at well, right now on our SLASPER website, on the Maritime Division, you can get access to all the forms available. So you have all the information at hand prior to submitting. However, the next step is how can we take these forms and transpose it into an electronic submission document. That we have no timelines on, but it's an ambition. And I always believe that you must have the right mindset and have the will to get it done. That's what I must say. And that goes for everything that we discussed in terms of single window, all the challenges, have the mindset that we can do it, and let's get it done. And also, from SASPA's end, in the coming months, we'll be actually launching our online payment platform. So for those who have to be paying like whatever storage charges or fees, etc., SLASPA within the coming year will launch this platform, so you won't have to come into headquarters, wait in line, try and find a parking in town, etc. So the first phase will be rollout for a airport division product, which is our ground transportation system, and later down the line will be announced to the public when that will be available to other services. So that's on my end for SLASPA.
Mr. Gustin, fully digital?
We look at this as a very ambitious goal, especially in my department. We have engaged a consultant in providing us support in putting terms of reference together so that we can actually have an online system. But currently, we are not there yet. I do think it is something that will be beneficial for the industry throughout, and not just for planning, but for all other government departments. Going online will be something that will definitely advance our activities, as well as the government as a whole. So I do look forward to having us reach that area where we can have all our services online.
Thank you, Mr. Gustin. Ms. Simmons?
So at this point, I would like to mention that we do have an online platform. And that platform, you can file your taxes, well, the core taxes, and you can also pay the core taxes. So even though we are largely manual, we still do have an online presence. So you do have to register. You register to file online, and you can also pay online. So that makes it a little easier. You can sit at home. You can sit in your office. You don't have to come in. You don't have to think about the parking. You can come. You can just go online and file online. And we have YouTube videos. We have all of the assistants. So if anybody needs any assistance, we are there to assist, to help.
Wonderful. We'll circle back to that in a bit. When a business, just asking for a friend, when a business hits a snag in an online application, Ms. Mathre, you mentioned that there are so many processes from ROSIP. You do submit a query online, you have a snag in your online application. What is the actual average response time? Because it's all well and good to say, we're fully online. But what is the response time if that individual is running into a hitch? Is it hours? Is it days? How long does it take for us to come back to that individual and provide them online support?
The registry does prioritize resubmitted applications. So essentially, when a query would go out through a request for action, which is the feature on DigiGov, we prioritize those resubmitted applications. And again, that may impact the awaiting applications, as we do experience a high volume of requests for actions, perhaps asking for the necessary approvals from the relevant agencies, or something as simple as a typo to do with the applicant's name. So you find there is also a lack of responsiveness on the applicant. Sometimes we experience weeks or months after the application is resubmitted, but once it is resubmitted, we try our best to process within 24 hours, at times 48 hours. We are a dual registry, so our efforts are divided between the corporate aspect as well as the intellectual property aspect. So we do try to strike a balance and ensure that there are reasonable processing times. As the minister did mention earlier, we do recognize that the registry is also a facilitator. So if it is that there is communication, I need this document urgently, we do facilitate, and we do try our best to keep communication lines open via email as well as phone lines.
Thank you for that. A good benchmark. Mr. Sifley, looking at it from SLASPA's customer care side, I know you indicated that you have just your application forms for now, but is there an opportunity for persons to submit queries? And a query about a shipment, does it get the same urgency as a query about a permit? Are we moving toward a unified standard of service across all these regulatory windows?
Yes, firstly, to address that, actually, I think it was about pre-COVID that SLASPA was certified through the ISO standards for consumer complaints. So we have a repository of collecting customer complaints so that we can file, address, and also use on the back end to compile data. Because, as mentioned in my bio, I'm very data-driven to help drive decisions. So we also look at the team, we scan the social media because that's where the person's behavior won't say, let me go to SLASPA's website, drop a complaint, or call the main line because they say, okay, probably a government agency, nobody will answer. So we take it to Facebook. So we actually have resources available to scan social media for when persons complain, and we do take these things and escalate to the subject matter expert. In terms of turnaround time, we cannot guarantee because everything has, based on the complexity and sometimes the legality of the issue. So I said we cannot give an average turnaround time, but we do have processes involved to address these issues.
Understood. Anyone else want to weigh in on response times, queries online?
Response times has been a challenge for us. We recognize the importance that customs plays in the trading environment. And we want to be able to provide not only decent but excellent response times, and to provide responses that can actually inform someone. At the moment, we have some shortcomings. We resource issues also, but we are looking into making some modifications. So concerning correspondence, for example, that's one of the areas that we are challenged because our department receives correspondence like you cannot imagine. So we are actually exploring with our IT team a system, a correspondence management system, to ensure that nothing slips through the cracks and that every relevant concern is given attention. So we are actually working on that as we speak. We have a new system, some customs information management system. So we are trying to see if we can configure that system to assist us. So hopefully, it will also help us to track response times. I just wanted to say, I think because the other agencies promoted their online payments, we also have, as part of our paperless process, we've been, since July last year, implemented online payments. We want to make it transparent so that when somebody or an entity pays their duties, their fees, container fees, what have you, that they get an alert from customs to their designated emails. Not just one, we actually recommend not less than 2 emails so that whether it is your FC or what have you, they would get that information when they have an assessment, when their duties are paid, when their fees are paid, charges are paid, so that it's not just what the broker is telling you, but what you can actually see for yourself directly from customs. We have also a few other additions like e-receipts and that I think I just mentioned. But with the online payments, we want to promote it a little more because we would prefer for importers to be able to, from wherever they are, to get online and to pay their duties. You don't have to send anybody down to the cashier to stand on a line. I think as recently as yesterday, even though the system has been up for just a few months, we've been able to collect at least $45 or so million using this online platform, and we want to promote it because this is what the direction we should be going, digitizing and making things easier. There are at least 30 companies that we've noted that have been using the system. We want to encourage the other entities to get on board and to use this system, maximize its use.
Thank you, Mr. Emmanuel. Efficiency is great, but consistency is what builds trust. An investor needs to know that the rules of the game are the same for everyone, every time. How do you ensure that a business owner gets the same exact decision regardless of which staff member processes their application? Is there a public checklist, as we heard from advised by Ms. James in the last panel discussion? Is there a checklist that we can all see what is in place?
Anybody? Okay, maybe I can bat first. Just to that also is another challenge for a department like Customs, having consistent, since we are represented throughout the island commercially. Normally, or historically or traditionally, we would use a controller's directive. So you would have a circular sent to staff instructing them on how things ought to be done. And they ought to reference that as the standard. We've recognized that there are gaps and there are ways that we can improve so that we can have consistency and actually be able to identify when a directive is not being followed. But we are in the process. In fact, we have already solicited a vendor to provide or to assist us in developing standard operating procedures. It's really called work instructions. For every desk, we plan to start in the transit sheds, in the cargo examination areas. So we intend to start, I think, hopefully by sometime next month. We plan to actually launch or implement these work instructions, and that will tell every single staff member in that area specifically what their assignments are. It's really a detailed checklist, so to speak. So we believe that that will further enhance the controller's directive, which is a lot more broad.
For many, that is extravagant news. Simmons, you wanted to?
So similar to Customs, we are developing standard operating procedures as well. We do have some that have already been developed, but you could well imagine that we have a lot of procedures. So this is something that actually my unit, they work on, the standard operating procedures, so that everybody knows exactly what you're supposed to be doing. We do try to develop checklists as well. So for instance, maybe if you're dropping off your corporate return, the receptionist will go through the checklist and make sure that you have everything that's listed there. If it's not listed, then it is returned. If it is listed, and if it's present, then it is accepted. I do, like Mr. Emmanuel, recognize that we do have some challenges, but this is something that we are working on. I did mention earlier that we are looking at training of the staff so that they are aware of what needs to be done, what needs to be accepted, that they give the same information. So no matter who you speak to or which office you go to, it's the same information that you are getting. There are challenges. It is a process, but we recognize this and we are trying to put things in place so that we can improve.
Valid. Thank you, Ms. Simmons. Mr. Sifley.
All right. So the other agencies spoke about, the SOPs, etc. And in this forum, also, we have to be frank and true to ourselves, and also, like mentioned earlier, the culture eats in the strategy, so we can develop all the SOPs, checklists, blah, blah, blah. The culture, and you know the St. Lucia culture, have a link in the government agency who can bypass all these things. When one person says, you need an ID, someone say, I'll come next with my ID, but just want my thing on the side. So these things that we also have to address internally, and like how do we address this thing from a cultural perspective? And that goes across, that happens at SLASPA, and I'm sure at all the other agencies, so I just want to bring it out to the floor so that we can truly address this.
An undeniable reality.
If I may, in relation to the registry of companies, we do strive to be fair, and I know the main concern, there's also always the question, why was my name not approved? And we do exercise a fair discretion, and we are particularly guided by the ultimate test, whether there is a similar name existing on the register. So most of our rejections surround there being a first-in-time registration. Insofar as our internal operating measures, we do, on a regular basis, depending on the feedback we receive, we review our processes. We are a responsive registry, and we work with dates where documents are received. We also try to balance when there is an ultimate discretion as to whether a delay will impact a business, and we do facilitate where there is a deadline to complete a sale or so forth.
Thank you, Ms. Mathre. Regulations can sometimes outlive their usefulness. So have there been any recent instances of where you've stripped away outdated regulations entirely rather than just updating them further? What is the process for regulation review entirely?
I will start off. Underneath the Physical Planning Act, we recently actually put in new regulations. We had not had regulations for over 20 years. So in 2024, we brought in our regulations, and we have been continuously undertaking public sensitization of those regulations. In addition to our regulations, we also do have SOPs and checklists. So in submitting an application, you have to fill out the checklist. You have to meet the requirements. And these are updated annually. It's actually my responsibility to update that checklist to make it current, to reflect what it is that we are undertaking within the department. So for the physical planning section, we may have certain challenges in other areas, but where it comes to our standard operating procedures and our checklists, we do have these in place.
Ms. Simmons?
So for us, we have a legislative review committee in-house. So that committee meets, I think it's on a quarterly basis, or maybe a little more than that. And what that committee would do is where we have identified gaps or loopholes, the committee would look at the different pieces of legislation so that it is reviewed and see if it's still relevant. And we are also, well, we had in the past, we were looking at a Tax Administration and Procedures Act. So that has not been enacted. It was, I think there was some stakeholder engagement, but we do have to continue on with the stakeholder engagement. And what that piece of legislation speaks to is streamlining all of the administrative processes of all the legislation that Inland Revenue administers. So it would be looking at the rights of the taxpayer. It'd also be looking at penalties. I heard that as a recommendation from the previous panel. So these are some of the things that that piece of legislation will be looking at. It's, like I said, we would have to have more stakeholder engagement because we do welcome the feedback. We don't want to just implement and, it's not relevant or people don't understand or people don't agree. We want the feedback. And I should have said this earlier, I do welcome this forum because the collaboration, the feedback, we don't want to be a sticking point. we want to hear what you have to say. We encourage the feedback. We do like the feedback. And this is something that I think is very important.
We move on, or Mr. Sifley?
Yeah, I would like to also make mention that SLASPA will be undertaking a holistic and comprehensive review of its Act and tariffs, because if one can look up the Act online, it's been like 1983, probably 1 year younger than me, and all these tariffs have not been changed. So the same $20 you may see per ton, that was 43 years ago. And we're looking at it, all these factors like inflation, cost of business, etc. And I know where some of the private sector colleagues are heading that, saying like, okay, price increase, we're going to pass it to a customer, etc., etc. However, it's like I said, it's a review, and like I said, when we do these reviews, we're going to have the robust stakeholder engagement to ensure that there's equitable, a win-win situation for both entities, and that's actually our mandate to be done by the end of this fiscal year.
Okay, thanks for that, Mr. Sifley. Coming off of you having spoken and brought to light the links dynamic, we often blame frontline officers for delays, but there's also sometimes the breaks that are actually built into the law itself. If we want to significantly speed up our processes, what specific legislative changes need to happen in Parliament, say? What is the legal bottleneck that your agency cannot fix on its own?
I will start off. One of the greatest challenges that we have is that of a national land use plan. And with that guiding piece of legislation, it will allow us to be able to make decisions in a more timely manner. We are currently working on trying to get there, but it has been quite a bit of a stumbling block for us in assisting us in providing decisions that are more easily being able to determine. So we're hoping that hopefully in the next couple of years, we can get to that stage where we do have a national land use plan. This has been one of our greatest challenges.
Thank you for that. What is the legal bottleneck that your agency cannot fix on its own? One down. If any.
I think in most cases, in terms of the direction of digitizing our processes, there may be some minor legislative amendments that need to be made. But in terms of legislation, I cannot say that legislation is an impediment to improving the speed of business. There is at least one consideration now, the extended work hours. We piloted an extended working hours exercise last year for 6 weeks, where we remained open through lunch, SLASPA and customs. Because, okay, so legislatively, we have to cut off at lunchtime. It's in our act. So that's...
I smell a legal bottleneck.
It's in the act. And, you know, the fact that it's in the act, and we have, for eons, known only to cut off at lunchtime, this has been a little bit of a hurdle. And even a shock too.
So you say it's become part of the culture?
Yes.
Ingrained,
It is. But we actually want to get over that. So we attempted with this pilot project. And because we treated it as a pilot, we didn't have to make any legislative amendment. But we plan and hope that at least within maybe by this time next year, to be able to be operating that way. But I think in that sense, the biggest challenge we have is structural challenges. And maybe it will require a higher level involvement. I think there is that support. The Minister of Finance has been fully supportive. In fact, I think this is one of the desires that the Minister of Finance and the executive have to improve the environment for doing business and how customs can facilitate that. So we are looking at extended working hours. We are also looking at something like a trusted trader program. I'm going a little off topic, but if we can get some structural changes, like internally, adding some additional resources, human and technological, we want to be able to have extended work hours so your cargo can be cleared at any time during the day. Again, we are doing that, or hopefully we'll do that in tandem with SLASPA, and also implement a system where it's along the line of risk management with trusted traders, so that traders who have been assessed as being low risk and legitimate, and everything is in terms of their documentation and their intentions are clear and direct, we want to give them special treatment. But for that to happen, we have to have certain structures in place. And I think that may or may not require legislative change, but we are looking at moving in that direction as we speak.
Okay, we're nearing the end of this panel discussion. Has it been insightful so far? So far, so good. Okay, so final question. It will be a lightning round. 30 seconds, top of mind. If you were to make one improvement, one transformative major change at your organization to improve efficiency, what would it be?
I would begin, it would have to do with legislative reform that allows us to do away with the requirement for physical submission of documents and also a physical production of certificates.
For inland revenue, definitely what I mentioned earlier, a new tax system which will be more modern, and we move towards digitalization. It's more interactive. The taxpayers would be able to contact us a lot easier. They would have easier access to their information as well. We would have easier access as well. So I think that would be for inland revenue new system.
For SLASPA, it would be a port community system, which would be a centralized platform where all key players like Customs through ASICUDA, SLASPA Unitrack, the vessel agents, brokers, etc., can all interact with a single source for conducting business and expediting operations.
At physical planning, it will be an online one-stop shop system which will allow all the relevant agencies to have access to one portal and thereby allow the public to be able to track where their processes are.
Forgive me if I break the rules a little bit, but just I want to mention two critical things. One, risk management, effective risk management. And hopefully we can implement an effective risk management system, the complaints will be a lot less, whether it is from persons coming through the airports or persons clearing cargo and entities clearing cargo. But also, I need to tack on a restructuring. The structure of the department has been somewhat the same for a number of years. And I think now is the time for us to restructure, to be able to attend to some things that we are not configured for presently. Communication, that type of interaction that importers want, that sometimes, if not all the time, they feel that they are not getting. So structural change, looking at all these different ways that we can improve, but also a risk management system for ease of doing business.
Got it. Thank you very much to the panelists. Now want to open Q&A to the audience, to our Zoom participants as well. Who's going to go first? Any questions? Oh, wow. Quite a few. So we have the first from the back.
Good afternoon. I think this is an excellent forum, but for it to be useful, we really should be looking at solutions, not just the problems. I think we all know the problems. And for this to be effective, I feel we need to be talking about what are the solutions. The reality of it is that we have limited resources. So when Mrs. St. Rose talked about eliminating personal tax, it's not about people not paying tax. It's about we have limited resources. How can we use them in a better way? For the amount of resources that Inland Revenue uses to check if a child has gone to university, I mean, I do it all the time. The number of emails and copies for a $3,000 allowance is not the best use of resources in Inland Revenue. VAT is a compliant tax. It's much easier to collect VAT than from 12,000 people to get PAYE. Property tax, we have a huge opportunity that we're just missing out on. Again, limited resources. This concept of going and assessing houses and how many toilets and a waste of time and effort banned the country, zone A to D, and you just give them a rate. And then you have exceptions of who cannot pay a property tax. There's a huge opportunity that we're missing. This is much easier than collecting PAYE from 10,000 people. Again, limited resources. We have an IBC registry that you can do everything online. Just hearing that land registry needs to be digitized, DCA needs to be digitized, and we're using resources to do the registry when we already have a system in place that we can piggyback off of and give those resources to getting the land registry digitized and up and running. To have one, I'm happy to hear that the registry wants to be digital, but right now, from what I'm hearing, it's only a name reservation that you really can get effectively. Annual returns, certificate of good standards, taking a long time. Even with Inland Revenue, getting the compliance is taking a long time. We need to be risk assessment using the controller's terminology. We need to be looking at risk and using the limited resources we have more efficiently. So this conversation is excellent, and I would like to start hearing some of the solutions to the problem.
Thank you very much for that contribution. Next, the mic behind you.
Thank you. I have a solution, and I think everybody here has a piece of it, but the one thing I think every agency, government agency, needs is a quality management system. Once you have that, everything that you have been speaking about is going to be flawless, especially that we will look at efficiency, we spoke about trust. That quality management system will give you that. And it will also help you to link the different agencies, because when I hear everything that we've said today, it's as if, yes, we know that we want to be digitized. Yes. However, we are all interlinked. And so, say one of the agencies has now been digitized, fully digitized. That's a good thing, yes, but it can have a negative impact on other agencies. Now, if you have that quality management system, the agencies can now recognize the risk management. They can also recognize how am I affecting this stakeholder and how is this other stakeholder affecting me, and then make those links. So I think it's really important that when we speak about solutions, we look at what is there already And a quality management system, I think, would fix all of it.
Valid? Merit?
Yes, just to respond, I think that's an excellent point, but I think it supports also the point of, now I spoke from my department's perspective when I mentioned the need for structural change, but I think maybe my other colleagues would maybe admit that maybe all of our departments need to review our current structure if we are talking about ease of doing business. Because it's like we are trying to use the same tools to do a much more complex job, and the tools in terms of the structure is outdated. So having quality management where you can actually verify if the service that you are providing is of the level it ought to be. But when you... Yes, I know, but I am talking about an aspect of it, yes. So it is, you know, that type of thing. So really having that institutionalized, you know, certain features in our government organizations, whether it is something that is integrated and across all the agencies. I think somebody suggested earlier maybe a system for ensuring that, you know, certain features in all the agencies, or whether each agency has to go about looking for that themselves. I think that is definitely worth exploring.
Okay, that's a point that we can flesh out in the breakout sessions. Definitely. Thank you. Next question.
Yeah, this question here is for Ms. Marcher. To the best of my knowledge, there was an announcement made by the Prime Minister when he delivered the last budget presentation with respect to an amnesty for the updating of company records. I'm not too sure if you have a communications person in your department, but when it came to the amnesty for Inland Revenue Department, there was lots of communication taking place. Some people are still waiting for the gazetted information with respect to that amnesty, and I was told that the amnesty has ended. Do you have is there any intention to extend it and to provide the respective communication that I think should have gone with that?
If I may, we currently do not have a communications officer, and indeed there was a break in communication in terms of there being no official cabinet conclusion, and the registry resorted to relying exclusively on the budget. However, the extension still continues until the 1st of May, and the registry has been, along with the Companies Act, which allows for general discretion to waive fees, we have been treating each submission on a case-by-case basis where fees are being waived, for penalty fees in particular, although the filing fees would still stand. But that is still in effect until the 1st of May of 2026.
Any more questions?
One. So we've heard a lot today about process change, but for me, and speaking to a lot of people over the years, and more recently, because you're hearing it echoing a lot, I've not heard anything from any of you about matters of human resource, which I think is one of the elephants in the room. Paula alluded to it earlier about the phones. The phones don't answer themselves, right? Emails don't answer themselves. It's people that answer the emails. We speak about somebody utilizing a link. Well, a link is necessary if you're not getting satisfaction from the person that ought to be giving you satisfaction. So one of the things I would like, possibly if we have time for each of you to address, is let us know from your perspective as heads of certain departments, what are the specific and even general HR matters that you are encountering? And if you can let us know what you are doing about it, or what in fact you can do about it. And if you had the power to do something about it, what would you do? Because every single sector, anybody you speak to, we have a problem in this country with people, with our human resource. Whether it's I don't even know what it is, ZA, whatever it is, we have an attitudinal problem, we have a character problem, which ultimately will frustrate any process you put in. So for me, it's one of the elephants in the room. The elephants in the room, it's probably the elephant in the room. And I would love to hear from you all where you stand on it. So it's very specific, general or specific issues, and what are you doing about it? Or if you cannot do anything about it, is somebody doing anything about it? And if you had the power, what would you do?
Okay, since I am the one who's seated first, I will begin. In relation to capacity building, what we found was that since we went on to DigiGov in 2024, there was a significant increase in applications. Again, that is because you could submit an application on a Sunday, on an evening, any time of the day. And we did have this challenge where we had the same staff complement. We are exploring building capacity, and not limited to just building capacity. We are also training staff so that we could redirect or delegate certain tasks so they don't lie on the shoulders of just the administrators. We are also encouraging individuals to do what they must within certain timelines to ease the burden of the registry, because we do get a lot of repeat applications, for instance with name searches where the name is valid for 28 days or 30 clear days, and you find individuals may not move forward with the application. So it is a two-way street where we're asking that we don't necessarily get overburdened with the same applications. We do see an increase in numbers. As of 2025, we registered nearly 3,000 businesses, with it being 2,700 and some. Right, and then there was also an increase in company incorporations. I can't recall the figure, but we are also exploring whether we should be restricted as well, since we are a dual registry. But of course, change is slow to come, and we do acknowledge that processing times have fluctuated over the past few months, but we do aim to improve those timelines and have a lesser turnaround time with both corporate and trademark applications.
With respect to inland revenue, we do acknowledge that we have challenges when it comes to answering the phones, answering emails. We have set up additional email addresses, but then if you have resource constraints, it still is difficult, because who's going to be manning the email addresses and the telephones? So some of the things that we are looking at, we are actually in the process of publishing a taxpayer charter, and that now will be publicized and will inform the taxpayers of the rights and the responsibilities. So it will give timeframes for like the length of time spent on the phone or the length of time spent on the line. We are going to be monitoring this, because according to the taxpayer charter, which we are going to be held against, we have to uphold those standards. If I had the power to make the change, if I were the Minister of Finance, who I'm looking at right now, I would probably, we do have a proposal for a call center for inland revenue. So the telephone calls will be channeled to that call center. The emails will be channeled to that call center. There will be dedicated staff that will be responsible to answering all of the questions, all of the telephone calls. So if I had the power, I would definitely tomorrow set that up. And then everybody would be happy. All of the taxpayers, you'd be getting your clearance letters, you would know your tax status, you would know everything, because there is dedicated resources. So our main challenge really is resources.
All right. Well, one of the things persons have approached me out on the streets is that every week they see a vacancy at SLASPA. What's going on? Well, firstly, SLASPA has undertaken a strategic plan for 4 years, 2025 to 2029, under a RISE framework, which stands for Resetting, Integration, Sustainability, and Expansion. So with that, we see an overhaul structural changes within SLASPA, which is a gradual process to guide us and manage us for the future. So, for example, the current portfolio I have, before it was business development and corporate communications, has been revamped to marketing, business development, and customer care, just to set the tone and also what resources will be employed to help support that area of business. And also, we have a new department called Risk and Compliance, and we reframed information systems to now information systems and digital innovation. So that's just to name a few of what SLASPA is doing on its end to help move forward into the future.
I believe with all other departments, staffing is always an issue, and physical planning is no exception. We would obviously benefit from having staff that are consistent. I use the word consistent because there's a great turnover of staff, which means that there is always need for continued training of persons that are coming in, and that in itself takes time, etc., etc. So we do recognize that there is a staffing issue, and maintaining a staff that is continuously responsive to the requests that are being made by the public. As was mentioned by others, a communications unit will also be great in my department, as well as a forward planning unit. So I can go on and on about all the different staffing issues that are being encountered, but we do recognize that across the board there is always concern regarding staffing, and there's always need not just for staff, but that staff are properly trained to undertake the activities of the department.
So I think I've already mentioned the whole matter of structure. Just in response to the question, there is the need at Customs for a significant structural change. And the fact that we are at the center of practically everything trade, it really is critical if we are to actually achieve this aim of ease of doing business. What have we done, or what are we doing? We have submitted to our principals, the Ministry of Finance, a proposed, I wouldn't say structure, but what some of the structural needs are immediately, so that we can, and even the costing for it. And so all these things will have some type of resource needs and implications to make a structural change. We actually, on the 20th of this month, we are supposed to complete our new strategic plan. We have had stakeholder engagements, and we've heard from what the stakeholders have been saying, what their concerns, what their complaints are. And we want to be able to, with this strategic plan, fulfill and satisfy what the needs are, while making sure that we achieve our 3 core mandates: revenue collection, border security, and trade facilitation. However, if we don't have the right structure in place, we will not be able to accomplish a significant component of that. Even strategic plans, for example, I tend to have a dim view of strategic plans. I see them as just a big book that people have on a shelf. We've had them many years ago, and it didn't really trickle down. But even the management, the monitoring of a strategic plan and the implementation of all the objectives that you have there, if you are strictly operational, as our departments generally are, we need that type of oversight, and we need to have that type of competence in-house to be able to make sure that we fulfill what these goals and these objectives are. So just to sum up the answer, structural changes are what are needed to resolve a number of these HR communication concerns and issues. Structural changes.
I'd like you all to give a round of applause to the panelists. Thank you to our distinguished panelists for a robust and insightful discussion. It is clear that there is a shared commitment within our regulatory agencies to foster. We have a question. Race against time.
Yes, I know, I've been patiently waiting.
No problem.
First of all, I would like to really thank the government of St. Lucia for putting this on. It's not, I can't just say the Ministry of Commerce because obviously every ministry is in here. The discussions are not new. In the private sector, we like timelines. We like to document. We like to say, okay, you record. And there has been a lot of good information that has come out this morning. So I'm hoping that through, I guess, the Ministry of Commerce, all the recommendations are being documented and timelines set. Mr. Hillel mentioned to me this morning he wants to have a scorecard so he can come back to us and say, you know, this is what we came up with this year, you know, and we see how we are able to achieve. That's the first thing. Mr. Emmanuel, so we had a brief discussion this morning about the AEO operator, and I think you mentioned it. Resilience, trust, this is something that was discussed 15, 20 years ago. So these are the things that help us move forward. A faster turnaround of looking at these matters. And we need to trust. There needs to be trust amongst us, and it will help us get there. The other one I wanted to just mention, Ms. Augustine, yesterday at the chamber lunch, we had a very good discussion with WASCO. WASCO, as everybody knows, has a lot of challenges. And they seem to have some plans, and it's going to need a lot of investment. One of the things I did ask them was, what happens with discussions with DCA? Because even if they put in place all the things that they want to get done, we're a developing nation. We are going through boom after boom after boom of building. And so you're going to fix the water issues, and then we continue to develop. So how are we able to keep up with the demand? And I asked, as part of DCA, what is the discussion, what are the mandates to any one of us, whether it's business, you know, or domestic, putting in the required resources for whether it's rainfall or just storage. But I didn't get a clear indication, and I would like to hear from you whether there is something specific, because this affects us. Can you guide me on that?
I'm a little lost. What exactly is your question?
So as DCA, anybody who is going to build has to submit plans to DCA.
Yes.
So has there been more emphasis now because of the water challenges that we have? Whether it is a hotel, whether it is a business, a local business, domestic, is there guidelines to look at water storage?
Yes, there are guidelines for water storage, and it's a joint activity between the DCA, WASCO, and the Ministry of Health. There are provisions that allow persons to do development, taking into consideration the challenges of WASCO and the water supply. Ideally, as I mentioned earlier on, we should operate off a national land use plan, which will actually have areas for conservation. Conservation will allow us to have natural areas to generate water. So ideally, in having areas specifically outlined for conservation, it allows that opportunity. But that is not the only place that we can source water. Water can be sourced from other areas. Recently, we had conversation about digging wells to explore water. We had conversations about reverse osmosis to get water from the sea. So there are different opportunities that are available for obtaining water. It is for us to explore it and to see how best we can incorporate it into our everyday systems.
And is that in the larger developments, is there more of an emphasis on them to help provide? So whether a hotel development with 150, 200 rooms, is there something specific that they are required to do?
Where hotels and major developments, especially along our coasts, are involved, we do encourage exploring other alternatives besides Wasco, because we recognize Wasco cannot provide water to major developments and on a consistent basis while also providing water to the rest of us. I cannot speak to all of Wasco's challenges and issues, but at the DCA we do encourage persons to employ other forms of water harvesting. And for the hotels, using reverse osmosis is also an option.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, we have one more question. Oh, contribution.
Okay, just to address another...
Thank you, Ms. Rennick.
On the Wasco matter, we are at the Ministry of Physical Development working towards implementing the Prime Minister's rainwater harvesting as part of a DCA requirement for residential and commercial. So we are in the process of working on that as well to assist Wasco in addressing the water issues that we are facing as well.
Thank you very much for that clarification. We have another question.
So I was your host this morning.
You were.
Along with you.
Wonderful.
So Glenn Simon, the communications officer. I'm with the National Competitiveness and Productivity Council. Some of the issues that you've been looking at, we've been looking at it as well. And I've been hearing a lot about, and the question I was asked earlier about change in behavior character. We're looking at, along with the Prime Minister's office, customer service as a productivity tool and a tool to make us more competitive. And I'm hearing a lot of structural change, suggestions, and everything else, but I don't believe that the only way to improve is to keep throwing more staff at the situation. I think there must be customer service that goes along. It deals with communication as well, how you are able to settle issues and address issues so that you do not have persons coming back with complaints. And so that's one of the things that we're looking at. The Prime Minister's office is working along, and we're trying to do it within the public sector to improve it, because we believe, and we ran it last year as a discussion within our Productivity Awareness Week, that if you take customer service on seriously, no matter where it is, before it used to be said that it was a public service that had poor customer service, I don't think that's so anymore. I think the private sector is competing, and the public service is actually improving with digital transformation that it's been doing. But on an individual basis, how we treat persons. You hear the complaints with the registry, and it's not only about the system, it's about how that interface is. So for all of you, is customer service factoring as a big issue that could help make significant change and change within our country? Because it is about the ease of doing business and about the customer experience as well. So how does customer service factor as a major activity that could help drive competitiveness, drive productivity for your particular sectors as well?
Customer service is something that is very specific, and it's very, you need to have proper training with customer service. Unfortunately, this is not something that is done regularly enough so as to have the benefit continuously being experienced by the general public. So we do recognize that customer service is an area that needs to have a little bit more attention. Irrespective of that, I do believe that we have, over the years, made significant effort in sensitizing staff to be to address the customers in a particular way that they are not in any way aggrieved by how a matter is supposed to be addressed. So yes, we recognize that it can be improved, but I don't think that we are at the stage where customer service is not providing enough support to the needs of the general public. The concern might be they may not be getting the responses that they want, which persons might feel that is not providing the support that they expect. And that, I think, might be some concern.
Yes. Are we? No, we're not. I don't want us to have bottlenecks on the lunch line, too.
Okay.
Yes.
This is a quick question, and it's a question for all 5 panelists. The recurring theme is resource, 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 resource. So my question really is, have any of your departments looked at employing AI tools to assist, and if so, in what areas?
We have considered at the registry whether, since we are now on DigiGov, how we could leverage technology to address any concerns. It is still just on paper, but it's one of the mandates of the registry to explore going forward.
Mr. Emmanuel?
Concerning addressing some of the challenges with AI, the Customs Information Management System that I mentioned, just recently developed last year. The first area of focus is HR. So we intend to use it for, at least initially, an HR function, different HR functionalities, and digitizing stuff that we were doing manually. The next area of focus, at least immediately, is that correspondence management system that I mentioned, which is going to help us in terms of our customer service. We want to make sure that persons or queries or communications don't slip through the cracks, and that we can track how quickly we are responding. So AI, that system, I'm told, has that AI functionality, and we're hoping that that would help us. If I could just segue just shortly, just to see, maybe my other colleagues might also confirm this, but something that has been affecting ease of doing business for practically most of the agencies is also the matter of equality. And I know it has not come up, but I think it has really plagued. It's almost like a pandemic. Customs having to provide the same service, even with the shortcomings that it had previously, under more restrictive conditions, where you are operating in a building, both in the north and in the south, that you cannot fully occupy. Some staff working from home, a rotation system that you are basically forced to employ just so that you can continue to operate. I think that is something that needs to be addressed broadly or nationally, and I think there is some traction there, and I think that is needs to be mentioned.
Thank you for that, Mr. Emmanuel. Any other questions, concerns, comments? We will defer to. Okay, we'll take one more question.
Hi, good afternoon. Gideon Augustine, Managing Director of Island Tech and Director on the board of the Chamber. Just a comment, a couple comments. We mentioned ease of doing business, and there is no mention of the consequence of not providing proper service to the customer. We have the NCPC here, and they have a host of programs that they go into train government employees about being efficient, being competitive, or whatever. And you have to remember, the government is its own customer. I'll give you an example. When we importers bring in goods and services for the government itself, and the government agencies, wherever they are, they take an inordinate amount of time to provide tenders, to process the tenders, and even to make decisions as to which tender they're going, and to even process payments. And then when you factor in the international climate, where political climate and the cost of shipping and etc. And when you take sometimes 6 to 12 months to make a decision on a procurement, and the government is now unable to get as much as the value they can get for their dollar because it takes 6 to 12 months to process a bid or a tender. The government itself is losing because of the inefficiencies of the process. So there's no consequence to that because everybody gets paid at the end of the month. No one is held to account. Even the private sector, and that happens, somebody going at their home, but no one goes at their home. There's no consequence to it. So, I mean, it's all about talking about HR and training and whatever, but just get down to the bottom dollar. If you don't do something by a certain amount of time, there is a price, there's a cost to it, whether it's in banking, whether it's in insurance or whatever. So there's no urgency. And I can know the businesses in here can feel it when you go to do business with governments, and there's no urgency in the different departments. And it's frustrating. And it's even frustrating to the own governments. The government is costing itself money when you don't facilitate the other business sectors. So that's something to chew on while we go into lunch.
Thank you very much for that. We will cease all questions. And we will defer to the breakout sessions. You all will have the opportunity to ventilate your concerns, your queries in the breakout sessions. You will be furnished with a facilitator and a rapporteur to ensure that not only do you go in a certain structured way in getting ideas and putting them down on paper, but it will also be properly documented. So I assure you that all of your concerns, anything that you want to say with regards to the private sector, the regulatory agencies, you can do so in the breakout sessions. We have come to the midpoint of our forum. Before we break for lunch, I want to invite the Prime Minister, Honorable Philip J. Pierre, to deliver a few brief remarks. Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, National Security and Justice, Constituency Development and People Empowerment.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me recognize my colleagues. I want to thank everyone for being here today. I want to especially mention the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Commerce for ensuring that something we have spoken about all the time, he has brought it into reality. And I think he needs to be applauded for that. But I want to clear a misconception that politicians are the ones who stop the ease of doing business. The difference between us and many of you here is every 4 years we have to account. And we account by everyone taking a line, get a pencil, put an X by a piece of paper and drop it in a box. And at the end of the day, thankfully we have no voting machines. At the end of the day, they count it and they say who has more. Now, what many people don't understand is that it is to our benefit when business is easier in the country. We collect more taxes, more people get employed, and we get more votes. That is the reality, and sometimes the business sector believes that politicians are fighting them. There are two words I want you to remember. One of them is PI, and the other one is PEP. PI is called political interference. And you will not believe how civil servants object to politicians getting involved in asking them to do simple things. I'll give you an example. And I mean no offense. If a politician calls the DCA As soon as the phone picks up, this is a politician here, they close up right away. Political interference. If you call it inner revenue sometimes, political interference. So you must understand that we have the same problems that you have in the private sector. And that is reality, because there's an objection to politicians getting involved in these things that will cause business to improve and to expand. So we have an issue also in that some of the rigidity that you feel, we feel it also. But I want to assure you that there is nothing in our DNA that will not want business to be facilitated, that will not want more taxes to be collected, that will not want more people to be employed. But there are systemic factors in the system that stops us from doing what we have to do. And most of it is about trust. People seem not to trust politicians because they believe you're always up to something. And that's a reality that we have to face as a country, we have to face as a civil service, we have to face and deal with it frontally instead of trying to go around it. We need to develop a level of trust between the political directorate and the public service. There is need for trust. Secondly, there is a need for us as a people to understand that there is nothing wrong in making money. There's nothing wrong in making profits. There's nothing wrong in St. Lucian people becoming millionaires. Legally, that is. And it's a mindset that we have to develop. So all the suspicion and the idea that somebody's in a deal, somebody's doing something, we have to have a little more trust, we have to have a little more empathy, and we have to understand that the government or the politicians have nothing against the private sector. We want the private sector to do well. I want to say to you that some of the things I heard this morning, I will be implementing them in the policy statement on April 21st. And I think we've always listened to the private sector. Sometimes we may not get credit for it. Sometimes the private sector may prefer to be silent because of what they call political interference. But this government will always listen to the private sector. If you look at the legislation that has been passed in this country, most of the legislation that facilitates private sector expansion, private sector development, has been passed by our government. That is a reality that you can tick off the boxes. Of course, we're not perfect. Of course, we have a constituency to deal with. But I want to make it clear to you that we will do what we have to do, legally that is. We'll do what we can do to cause business to be facilitated, to cause you to make more money so you can pay more taxes, to cause you to employ more people, and to make St. Lucia one of the best places to live and work in the Caribbean. I want to thank you for coming. I want to congratulate the minister. And the idea that we have so many cabinet ministers here, even our boss, the cabinet secretary, will show you that how important we take that forum. Rest assured, you have the full support of the government. And we're not perfect. We don't proclaim to be perfect, but we will do what we can do and what we will do for you to make more money and for them to collect more taxes. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister of St. Lucia, Honorable Philip J. Pierre. So we will now break for lunch. When we return at 2 p.m., we will move from the dialogue to direct action with our breakout sessions. And this is where we will develop concrete action point. Okay. 2:15. When we return at 2:15, we will move from dialogue to direct action with our breakout sessions. Fair? Okay. This is where we will develop concrete action plans across the 10 critical areas. If you're curious, you could just look at the back of your program. It's business entry, business location, utility services, labor, financial services, taxation, international trade, market competition, dispute resolution, and business insolvency. So your expertise is vital, as the solutions drafted this afternoon will form the basis of our final presentation for 3:15. So to our live broadcast audience, we are taking an intermission now, and we will return with the working group results later today. If you have the opportunity to join the Zoom, you can do so and be part of our breakout sessions after. So we begin again at 2:15. Bon appetit. So you look in your folder, you will see a green card, a green menu card, or a blue menu card. So all the green, you will be going to my right, but don't go just yet. And the blue to my left. So if you have a blue menu card, you can proceed to lunch at this exit. There is a buffet at this side for you to dine. And if you have a green menu card, just give it, say, about 10 minutes. Okay, so if you have a green card, you can head on to lunch